Ladies and gentlemen, here in the audience, here in the University of Bolton Stadium, and to those of you watching the action live around the world, hello and welcome to Super Showdown! A stacked card featuring 16 professional Muay Thai bouts awaits you here tonight, featuring no less than 4 world-class WBC title bouts. Tonight's action is brought to you by Brian Calder in proud association with Say Scaffolding, Hungry Side, Cyan Boxing, Venom and Athlon Rum. So ladies and gentlemen, with the show now introduced, we ask you, are you ready? So ladies and gentlemen, for the first bout of the show, please welcome into the blue corner, representing Valley Thai Boxing, Rob Jones!
After I get it, I reverse. After I get it, I reverse.
Making his way to the ring here, Rob Jones from Valley Thai Boxing.
Overnight, you ain't behind the scenes, trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you trying to eat up.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give an equally warm welcome to his opponent this evening. Fighting out of the red corner and representing Skelmersdale Muay Thai, Dom Carroll!
Hello, welcome to Super Showdown. I'm Dan Saunders from the Last Round podcast. Joining me is Gav Sterrett. In the ring now, Don Carroll and Rob Jones, Skelmersdale and Valley Thai Boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 5 1.5-minute rounds and will be contested under C-Class Muay Thai rules in the 68-kilogram division. Over to your referee for this contest, Darren Phillips.
Here we go then, Gav. Do you know much about these two?
I don't know much about these two. I always think it's difficult to open the show sometimes, you know, to set the tone and set the pace of how it's going to be. So I'm hoping for a bit of a cracker. Well matched, no doubt. So let's wait and see.
I know Skelmersdale, obviously they've got Scott Stewart on later tonight.
Yeah, 2 good gyms, sure, 2 well skilled.
Don Carroll started fast here.
Yeah, there's no feeling out process, is there? Straight in.
You notice this a lot in like people that have been in their first day.
Caught me a good body shot there, good knee.
A lot of early C-Class fights are quite clinch heavy, aren't they?
Yeah, straight away. They want to engage, don't they? And you know, they don't sort of as experienced, so you know they feel they've got to engage straight away, and the fight just ends up in the clinch. And at the moment, Carroll looks the better of the two in the clinch, a bit more well-schooled. Pushing the face well, knee in the body heavy. He's always redding up.
Rob Jones isn't answering back here.
No, he can't seem to control. He can't seem to get any control of his hips or his stance a little bit. So
Don Carroll walking him down. Nice sweep. I'll give him a breather for a second.
Rob Jones looking for that low kick all the time. He needs to let his hands go. He needs to give Carroll something to think about and keep him off a little bit, or he's just going to keep getting walked down.
Yeah. Good round for Carroll there. He started well.
Yeah, fast start. So again, sometimes the pace, sometimes takes them by surprise a little bit as well. When they, as I say, when they're not as experienced, they start the fight fast, and then they start blowing a little bit. I think they'll both be settled down this next round now, and maybe see a little bit more technique than what we saw in the first round.
Do you think a big part of why it falls into clinch at early stages of people's careers, because they find it hard to find their range and stuff? They're not experienced at finding the range, so they just by default try and just get in and. Yeah,
for sure. I think as well, it's I mean, these two guys, as I say, they're not experienced, so they're very eager. They're eager to please in a sense. They want to get over the fight. They're nervous. They want to stamp their authority on the fight early on, and range goes out the window. They tend to get a bit better when they're more tired.
Oh, big dump on the floor there.
Oh, felt that.
Nice body shot. Oh, and another sweep.
Jones looks the stronger of the two. He's physically stronger and physically bigger, but Carroll's just a bit more, using his weapons a bit better.
Yeah, 100%. Another sweep. Oh. Looks like he might be in trouble here.
Yeah, he's caught two big right hands there.
He's done well to get out of that. Nice sweep again.
Sweeping is for fun.
Big right hand. Jones is in trouble there, I think.
Every time Jones moves forward, his feet are really close together. So it's the shots he's taking. He's taking his feet are really close together. So he
can't like tripping himself up.
Yeah, he'll trip, and he can't generate any power in his own shots either because his feet are so close together. Look, his feet are together now when he's walking backwards and crisscrossing and all sorts. So when he throws his shots, he's got no power.
Is that just an experience thing?
I think a bit of experience and a bit of coaching. Get your feet wide, get the footwork a little bit more nuanced. But yeah, his feet are together and he's like hitting as he's moving. So there's no power in the shots. Look, if he stood his ground a little bit and a bit of a stronger base, I think he could keep Carroll off a bit better. But and as you see, Carroll's got a better frame, better footwork, and walking forward and landing good shots.
Yeah, he's got a bit of better arsenal, hasn't he, Carroll?
Yeah, he's using it. I mean, he's tall and rangy, so he's using his stuff. What he's made for, like long knee and jabs and right hands and stuff. So
it's interesting, really, with the scoring, because although Carroll has got the better arsenal, maybe, Rob Jones has just swept him all that round. So you think that he would probably take that round, really?
Maybe, yeah. He's the stronger of the two as well, but he's just not using it. He's just not using it as well as he could do. Took a lot of punishment on his left side, Jones. He's got big welts on his ribs.
See that, yeah.
His body's all reddening up, like so.
Nice 1-2. Nice big right hand. with Carroll, when he catches him with a big shot, he needs to try and not fall into clinch and try and follow up those shots.
Yeah, a little bit better shot selection, because as he's done it, he's waded in with a big overhand right, and it's just, you know, see it coming. Might be fading a bit now though.
Yeah, he needs to get off the ropes. Jones is starting to look gassed here, isn't he? I say that and then he sweeps it.
There you go, yeah.
Mouth wide open. Big knees in the corner.
That was a nice knee right through the middle there.
It's a hard one to call this, isn't it?
It is, because as well as it is a bit messy, but the pace has been high, so this might be a question of who's the fittest.
Yeah.
You know, who's prepared better for the fight. So because the pace doesn't step off.
Going into round 4 then. I don't really know how I've got this fight. I think that last round probably went to Don Carroll.
Yeah, I think Carroll's just edging this, but Jones is not. He hasn't finished yet. He seems to be getting stronger as the fight goes on.
That sweep seems to always be there for him as well whenever he wants it.
Yeah.
Seconds out, round 4.
Yeah, you can see that big red mark, can't you, on his left side?
It nearly broke the skin. It's a proper welt mark.
Big leg kick. I think he's been told in the corner to stick on those legs.
Yeah. Well, again, you look where he's throwing the kick from. His feet are really close together. He's not.
Yeah.
He's landing the kicks, but they're not as powerful as they could be, and they're not doing as much damage as they should be doing.
Good knees from Jones.
Carroll looks tired.
Yeah. Daz Phillips breaks it up. I think that's a sign of tiredness as well when they just stand on the ropes.
I was just going to say that. It was a bad sign that when they break and the fighter stays in the corner.
Yeah.
I think that's a bad sign. He's falling now and losing his shape.
Oh, big right hand from Jones.
2 big right hands. Brilliant.
Oh.
Could be an 8 count this. Yeah, the referee's looking at him.
Yeah, he stepped in.
Yeah. There you go.
Deserved, to be fair, that 8 count. Jones is going to dive on him there, you'd imagine. Big right hand. Oh, saved by the bell, I think.
Literally saved by the bell. Do you know with these novice fights sometimes is that they start out messy and eventually it always comes down to, it's a fight, isn't it? At the end of the day, it comes down to sort of who wants it more. And, you know, it's the old cliche, I suppose.
Yeah.
But ultimately, like, you know, if they're evenly matched in technique and they're not very experienced, it is a fight. And ultimately, it just comes down to that willingness to win at the end. And it looks like Jones has got that over Carroll at the moment.
I think so, because in previous rounds, Carroll was the aggressor, but Jones just decided then to just come forward and didn't really have an answer for it, Carroll, did he? I don't know if he's like more tired or but.
Well, Jones was like just couldn't seem to get any space in front of him. You know what I mean? Because of where his feet were and stuff like that.
Round 5.
He landed some good shots in that last round. So
we said, didn't we, though, like when he didn't come out of the corner, right when it got broke, that it would look like it would be a problem.
The body language is not.
Final round here then. Don Carroll versus Rob Jones. Don Carroll given an 8 count in the last round.
How much more confident Jones looks now.
Yeah.
And the way Carroll stopped walking on him.
Yeah, it looks
he's
like
getting
he's
caught.
in more survival mode now than anything. Good left hands from Carroll. Sweep again from Jones. I lost count of how many sweeps he's done.
God, but at least like 3 or 4 in the round, I think.
Nice leg kick. Another big sweep. Carroll looks over at us there. Jones can afford to do this now, just be patient, pick his shots.
He's just picking his shots now, isn't he? And little feints and stuff like that as well.
Oh, big right hands again in the corner. Carroll's corner telling him to dive on him.
I just don't think he's got the extra gear in him.
No. That was a good fight, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was a good display from both men, that. Stuff to learn.
Yeah, definitely. But you'd think with the 8 count that'll go to Rob Jones.
Yeah, I would think so. I would definitely think so. The sweeps and the stuff like that. He just showed a bit more, as the fight went on, he just showed a bit more control and a bit more strength. They are moody shoes, aren't they? They are.
Wedding shoes.
Wow. He can only get away with them, really.
Handing over to the man with the moody shoes, Kyle Greaves.
I'm expecting him to like break into tap dances any minute. I like a man who takes a risk, though, don't you?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 incredible rounds of Muay Thai action, your ringside judges have reached a unanimous decision. So let's hear it for your winner. In the blue corner,
Well deserved winner there. I think
Joe!
the 8 count completely changed the fight, didn't it?
And let's raise the roof for our runner-up, Dom Carroll!
I think Carroll gave a good account of himself. Maybe just his cardio gave up at the end.
Yeah, you know, it's the type of fights where, like, when you're a novice, you take a lot from them. You know what I mean? You watch it back and you see some of the things you did wrong, and maybe you cringe a little bit at some of the stuff you do. But all it does is put you back in the gym and it makes you work harder for the next time.
Yeah,
it's experience, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to bout number 2 of the show. So please welcome into the blue corner, representing Waterford Muay Thai, Joseph Crow!
Way to the ring now, Joseph Crow from Waterford Muay Thai. Joining me on commentary, Andy Thrasher. Andy, how are you doing?
I'm good, Dan, thanks. Looking forward to some good fights tonight.
Joseph Crow!
Andy and Gavin will be chopping and changing throughout the night on commentary. I'm of course Dan Saunders from the Last Round podcast.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the red corner, from Thai Fist Gym, Kenny Anderson!
So this is C class, 64 kilos. I don't know either of these fighters. Do you, Dan?
I met Kenny Anderson yesterday. He was with Jacob Smith, his coach. I don't know
This
Joseph
bout
Crow.
is scheduled for 5 1.5-minute rounds and will be contested under C-class Muay Thai rules in the 64-kilogram division. Over to your referee.
Joseph Crow from Waterford Muay Thai in Ireland. I believe he flew over today. Do you think as a fighter it suits you better weighing in at your own gym and then flying over on the day, or would you like to fly in the day before?
I wouldn't sure it makes much difference. I suppose that everyone's got their own preferences. As long as you make weight at the same time, and I suppose it's all the same.
Yeah. Not sure what's going on here. Joseph Crow pacing around the ring. Jacob Smith having a chat with the referee, Daz Phillips.
Oh, waiting for a groin guard.
Oh, is that what it is?
Might need that.
Bit embarrassing for Anderson and his boxers in the ring. How often does it happen during a fight when you might get kneed in that area? Does it happen often?
Depends if you're losing.
Good way to claw it back.
It's all legal till the referee sees it.
Got lots of great fights on tonight. Headlined by the WBC European title, Scott Stewart versus Ali McPherson. And before that, we've got WBC International title fight, Dan Bonner versus James Ogden. That should be a cracker as well.
Yeah, this is good. The main fights are looking good tonight. The full card's looking good. The last three of the undercard definitely going to be the best of the bunch, I think.
On there.
Sorry, the last two, because we've had a last-minute pull-out today with Teo Zahir having to go to the hospital. Yeah, he's not been well, vomiting overnight, so...
I was looking forward to that one as well.
Yeah, I know. We've not seen him fight since he fought Joe Ryan. I was looking forward to seeing his return.
I believe I spoke to his coach, Dean James, sometimes, and apparently he's been focusing on his uni studies. Yeah,
he's just in his exams. It's their first year at uni, so hopefully we'll see him back in there soon.
Yeah, get well soon as well. If you're Joseph Crow, does this affect you having to wait around for so long for your opponent?
He doesn't look very phased by it all. Looks pretty comfortable. Raring to go, actually.
Nearly time to go then. Joseph Crow versus Kenny Anderson. Daz Phillips, your referee. Once again, I'm Dan Saunders, joined with Andy Thrasher on co-commentary.
Over to your referee. Round one.
Nice team to start off. A lot more of a feeling out process than the last one. Joseph Crow looks like he's been fighting in Thailand the way he started here.
Yeah, he's... looks a bit stiff on that
nice
back
body
leg,
kicks.
though.
Good balance from Croquet. Sure, great balance there. Big kick like he was sending it down low and then sending it up top. Great shot.
Caught him with pretty clean, no real power though, was there?
Nice double body kick, leg kick, sorry, from Anderson. Double leg kick again from Croak. Bit of a tentative start, that wasn't it? Took a while to get going.
Yeah, his leg's gone already though in the blue corner. He just showed it there. I don't think the red corner's seen it.
What was the telltale sign? Shaking off his leg?
Him limping on it. And just saying to his corner, my leg hurts.
He had very fast left body kick though, Joseph Croak. He just kind of threw him out of nowhere in quick succession, two of them.
We'll see how this next round goes with those low kicks.
It's part and parcel of a Muay Thai fight though, isn't it, getting sore legs?
Yeah, it always helps if you block them.
That is very true.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Final words from Jacob Smith in the corner there. Started a lot quicker than the first round. Bring the clinch early there. Looks like Croak's the aggressor. Good left hand though from Anderson. Tie each other up in the corner. Anderson's corner being told to get off the ropes. Nice little sweep.
It was a nice little trick there.
Fast that left body kick, isn't it? Here it's slapping as well. He needs to stick on that leg, Anderson, doesn't he? He obviously hurt it in the first round.
Yeah, you can see his marked up a little bit as well. And he keeps on switching stance. But the way he's throwing that, feinting the right kick for the hook, I think he may be a little bit tentative to be more of a southpaw.
He's back and forth in the clinch here, right in front of us. Hard round to call that. Maybe Anderson by a little bit.
Yeah, slightly edged it, I'd say. Pretty even still.
Do you think there's much in it when people choose to sit down or stand up in the corner? Do you think that's just a mentality thing?
Seconds
Psychology
out.
between the fighters?
Round 3.
Could be, I'm not sure, mate. Personal choice is down to, I think. I didn't mind standing or sitting. Sometimes it's better to stand up if your legs are sore.
Yeah.
Hard to get back up.
You can see that left leg of Croak is bruised up now.
Yeah. So he seems more of a southpaw. He keeps on stepping into it.
Yeah. Croak going for the sweep there, not getting it. It's quite a back and forth fight, this, isn't it?
Yes, it's pretty good. These knees are better than the last little exchange.
Both of them trying for a sweep. Nice left kick from Anderson. Nice. Oh, big right hand from Croak. Anderson needs to get off the ropes. Croak's walking him down now, he thinks he's hurt him.
He's setting up a lot of his attacks with that right hand, so.
Narrowly missed high kick there. Anderson trying to tee off on Croak now. That was a good round, that.
Yeah, not bad. Good scoring shots from both lads.
I think Anderson was setting up his shots a lot more as well in that round, which made a big difference.
Yeah. Combinations working with the kicks on the end. And like you say, Joseph Croak in the blue corner, his left body kick sharp.
Is there anything that you can do in the corner in the case where your leg's hurting? Is there anything they can do to help you in that situation?
Oh, he's sit really, you know. It's the only thing really.
Will it help much?
A bit of a massage. Numbs it a little bit, but usually the adrenaline's kicking in, then.
Croak's up early here, watching his opponent in the corner.
Round 4.
I like those kind of tactics.
No, that's a nice exchange now to start this round.
It is. Jacob Smith screaming left hand, left kick in the corner. That was a good combination there from Croak. Croak walking him down now. Nice combination again from Anderson.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kenny put his hands up and his chin down a touch more.
Oh, big caught with a big round there in the corner. Goes upstairs again, he catches him again. Exchanging knees.
Who do you say is winning these exchanges with the knees and clinch?
It's hard to call, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty even, isn't it?
The fight as a whole has been a quite even fight. I'm enjoying it though. Nice body kick. Anderson answers back with one as well. Jacob Smith trying to double up on the kicks. Another good round there, exciting.
Yeah, that's
constant
round
action.
4, yeah. Pretty even going into the 5th, I'd say still.
Yeah, I wouldn't really know how to call this fight at all. Well, I'm not judging it anyway.
Yeah, I'd probably say the red corner edging it slightly at this point, just with the scoring shots.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Super Showdown. This is the second fight of the evening. I'm Dan Saunders from the Last Round podcast. On my co-commentary with me is Andy Thrasher. We've got 4 WBC title fights for you tonight coming up later on. Here we go then, final round.
5. What are you saying, Dan? Who are you calling? Who are you going for?
I think Anderson.
Yeah.
I'd say that he gets caught.
Unless Croak goes for it now, this 5th round.
I think they're both going to have to go for it really. I think it is this round could swing it either way. Nice high kick there. Nice kicks from Anderson.
Yeah. Scoring well there.
Anderson's corner telling him to use his hands and come forward. Nice body shot.
Nice knees there.
When Anderson gets the combinations going, he looks quite strong.
Yeah, he just to step out that corner a touch and control that space more. There we go.
Slapping throughout the room. Oh, now really
That's three clean kicks now. Anderson.
I think he's done enough to edge it here, Anderson, don't you?
I think he's got it now.
That was a good fight, that. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, good little performance there from both lads.
The first time I've seen either of them fight, but I really enjoyed that. I look forward to seeing them again in the future.
Be good to see how they develop if they stick at it.
I think if Anderson had got on the combinations from early, it could have been a lot more one-sided fight. It took a while to get into the fight, I think.
Yeah, I suppose Croak was looking confident and up for it, so it's I suppose the psychological thing, you don't want to rush in too much, do you?
Both fighters think they've won the fight. Over to Kyle Greaves.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 awesome rounds of Muay Thai action, your ringside judges have reached unanimous decision. So let's hear it for your winner. In the red corner, Kenny Anderson!
Well-deserved victory there for Kenny Anderson.
And let's make some noise for one of
Can't go wild
Joseph Crow!
Well done to Joseph Crow, though.
Yeah, good to come over, get the experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for bout number 3 of the show. So please welcome into the blue corner, representing Black Box Muay Thai, Gary Fraser! Gary Fraser!
Looking like a dark side at once when I'm burning it down. But it is what it is.
In the ring now, Gary Fraser from Black Box Muay Thai in Scotland.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the red corner, representing the legendary Majestic Gym, Robbie Lindsay!
And here comes Robbie Lindsay from Majestic Gym, coached by Kev Harper. Been in the game a long time,
Yeah, Kev's older than fire. He's been in the game a long time.
This bout is scheduled for 5 1.5-minute rounds and will be contested under C-Class Muay Thai rules in the 63.5 kilogram division. Over to your referee.
63.5, I'm a big fan of that division. I think there's some incredible fighters in there in the UK.
It's really competitive. I think Gary Fraser might have a sore knee.
I know, I was just thinking that. I'm going straight on that if I was
Yeah, you
Lindsay.
would, wouldn't you? They might have tricked him and it might be the other knee.
I've been down to Majestic quite a few times to do interviews and watch them train, and they're incredibly hard-working guys.
Round 1.
Oh, they're super well skilled. You've got a really good atmosphere, good facilities and a good coach. Fast start.
Working on those legs, innit?
Straight away. He's done a couple of really heavy ones already.
Nice.
Just a bit of his chin, bit in the air a little bit.
Yeah.
Robbie Lindsay, bit of a chin on the stick there a little bit.
Smashing in those leg kicks, innit?
Yeah.
Nice hands.
Oh, when the chin's in the air like that, I always think, oh God, you're just waiting for that big overhand right to come over the top and land or something, you know, to catch them.
You know it's going to put them down as well.
Yeah.
Looking for the sweep, Lindsay.
Looks strong, Lindsay, doesn't he?
Yeah, really strong.
His game.
Fraser looks like he's got quite a bit of height on him. He should try and work his range a bit like this. Big knees from Lindsay.
He's struggling in that clinch. He's strong in the clinch.
Oh, nice. Dumped him. I don't think Fraser will be going into the clinch as quickly this time.
No.
Straight back on the leg.
Yeah, he started blocking that leg kick though. I think he's already earned quite a lot on that already.
Yeah. Good first round from Lindsay, started fast.
Fast start, yeah.
I've noticed with the clinch, although a lot of novice fights or like early C-class fights, they fall into clinch a lot. I've been to a lot of gyms and they don't actually practice clinch as much as you'd think, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's like they're saying it, most fights end up on the floor, only like in the thing, but again, I think it goes back down to like, you know, with these C-class fights, from the very start, there's no range finder or anything like that. They just get straight down to business, don't they? And you know, they don't warm into the fight, and that comes, I think, with experience. You know, these two guys just went straight out and they just want to take each other out. Everything's thrown with 100%, you know, and trying to land and trying to do damage. So range is just kind of,
second
they're not setting anything up, are they?
round 2.
Yeah.
They're just going, you know.
Looking for that individual big shot.
Yeah, you know, trying to hurt each other. I think it's only you start seeing proper technique when they start to get tired a little bit.
Yeah. See what you mean about Lindsay's chin, it is up in the air.
Right in the air, yeah. When he's throwing anything, he sticks it right out.
He's done a say he needs to get back on that leg. It was working so well in the first round. Oh, big right hand.
Nice,
Lindsay down.
nice. That was nice. No, Lindsay's got a really nice relaxed style, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Sorry, Fraser's got a really nice relaxed style. Really nice, sort of fluid style, lets it flow.
Nice.
He's good.
It's like trying to pick his shots, isn't he?
Yeah, and especially in these novice fights, in these C-class fights, down the stretch, that relaxed style, you're not going to be as tired. You know, you look at Lindsay, and he's a bit tense, isn't he? He's a little bit tense, and it takes up a lot of energy.
Yeah.
There's Fraser, he's nice and relaxed, he's picking his shots now. He's starting to read that leg kick a little bit better as well. He's firing back with hands every time that kick lands.
Both going to war here. Looks like Fraser got the better of that exchange there.
Yeah.
Been some exciting back and forth fights though to start the event off.
Yeah, 2 really quick rounds. Just seeing them put round 3 up, and I was like, wow, already? Yeah? It just flies by.
I agree with you though fully about like Lindsay he's really tense, isn't he? So like come round 5, he's probably just all his energy is drained at that point.
It's a high energy. It's like an energy sapping style, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think as well when you're like tense like that, when you get hit, it hurts even more. You know, you have got to, like you're very sort of static in a way. You're getting hit and you feel the shot really heavily, and it's hard to sort of as well counter.
3.
No, but of the 2, Fraser looks the more relaxed, and I think we'll see this round now.
Coming to his own here.
Yeah, a little bit more, yeah. He's confident with his hands. Nice jab.
Nice.
He's looking for that shot now. Jab, then drop to the body, then come back to the head, he'll catch it.
Straight out of the ring. Do you think that tense style is something that gets worked out of you the more fights you have?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sometimes people can always be tense like that. It's kind of like it fits with the style of Lindsay as well. He's like very sort of impactful.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't fight like that forever. Experience has got to take its toll at some point. Relax you.
Fraser's doing really well, just picking his shots here. Nice from Lindsay though. Trading body kicks. That's one thing you don't see utilised a lot in like early stage career is like keeping to keep people away from you.
Yeah, no, and then it goes back to timing, doesn't it, and distance and stuff like that again.
Like Lindsay was wobbled for a second there. I think he just slipped.
Shot there. I think he got that round. I'm surprised Fraser didn't really go for him again.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of success with his hands. He looks sharp with his hands. And with Lindsay's chin sort of being in the air, I thought he would have tried to pop that left hook or the right hand over the top. So quite surprised at that then.
Perhaps you could like say for the people who are watching who aren't really that familiar with Muay Thai, when Lindsay got knocked down with that right hand, how come he didn't get given an 8 count?
Well, he got up straight away. So you got to look at the effect of it. Just got up straight away. You know, you think about people trying to do the comparison with boxing. If your glove touches the floor or your knee touches the floor, then it's an immediate count.
Yeah.
Not in Muay Thai. You know, if you get straight away, then no, you'll just you'll get away with it.
Seconds out.
Sometimes it's a game of bluff, really, isn't it, with the referee?
Yeah, I'm
Show you're all right instantly.
Yeah, I'm not as bad yet as you maybe think I am. Yeah. Well, you've got to bluff 2 people in there for that. Then you've got to bluff the referee and the guy you're fighting.
Yeah. It's an interesting fight. This is really a clash of 2 styles, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think Lindsay's really starting to bash up a little bit. Fraser a little bit. I think he started taking his toll because he kicks and hits hard.
Yeah, he does.
And he's one of the people that he looks to me like one of the people that if you was in the gym with him, you'd either hit a knee, an elbow, or something. You just don't hurt yourself on him. He just looks, teeth tough, a bit ungainly, but
big left kick. I think he's out.
Wow.
Came from nowhere, that left head
Again though, chin in the air.
Weak on his feet here.
Yeah, that was a good referee in that.
You could see his eyes were all over the place then. That was the right decision.
Yeah, that was going to head for another bad knockout, that I think. Nicely picked out, that was.
Yeah. Well, you said that early on, that Fraser was picking his shots well, and he's picked it perfectly there, hasn't he?
Lindsay's got to look at that back though. He's got to see that his chin was in the air. His chin had been down, then I don't think that would have caught him. You can see on the replay here now. He just flicks it up and just hits him right in the chin. He doesn't put amazing amount of power into it. Just bumps it.
Yeah. Hands were low.
If his chin would have been down, it wouldn't. I don't think it had the same impact. His chin's in the air. His mouth's open. He's tired. And his bump caught there. That's it. The fight's over.
Great shot from Fraser.
Just saw it, didn't he? Just nice. Just bump, flick it up. Well timed.
It looked like Lindsay put his hands down to catch a body kick.
Yeah, he just seemed to just preempt it, didn't he, and made a mistake. But
glad that Lindsay's all right. He just looks a bit more disappointed than anything.
Yeah, he's back on his feet, and I think I just think
ladies and gentlemen, TKO ends this contest in 53 seconds of the 4th round, administered by your winner. In the blue corner, Gary Fraser.
They'll learn from Miss Lindsay though when come back, and I've no doubt they'll work on it in the gym with his.
And let's hear it from
I'm sure you'll see both men again, for sure. Up to that point, it was a really close fight.
Yeah,
it was really competitive. So, it's the fight game, innit?
Yeah.
You literally win some, lose some, and anything can happen. Especially in this game, anything can happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for bout number 4 of the show. So please welcome into the blue corner from Omar Gym, Hanif Chun.
Making his way to the ring now, Hanif Chun from Oxford. Dean James, his coach. Josiah's in the corner with him. Joining me on commentary again, Andy Thrasher.
Who's better, Dan, me or Gav?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give an equally warm welcome to his opponent this evening. Fighting out of the red corner and representing the world-famous Mazda Gym in Liverpool, Reese McManus!
Last wedding team. Niggas dead and shit. The fuck else been happening, bro? I don't think much more, so I don't remember, bro. Yeah, seen it all, and been through it all, bro. That's how niggas go right now, bro. The mama for prayer for real. That's the truth. I put my lifetime in between the paper's lines. I'm the quiet storm, nigga, who fight rhyme.
Coming to the ring now, Reese McManus from Mazda Gym, coached by Alex Foreman.
Reese McManus! This bout is scheduled for 5 1.5-minute rounds and will be contested under C-Class Muay Thai rules in the 59-kilogram division. Over to your referee.
Here we go then, Hanif Chung versus Reese McManus. Got a lot of time for Hanif's coach, Dean James. I talked to him quite a lot on the phone. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. He's a good coach. Used to be a great fighter.
Hopefully we'll see him back in there soon.
Yeah,
that might be on the cards.
Rumours, yeah. It'd be good to see him back in. I bumped into him in the lobby coming into the show, and he's still in good shape, so
I know he splits his time between Oxford and prior to Sewer. Coached at 2 gyms. Yeah.
Round 1.
Hanif Chung in the blue corner, Reese McManus in the red. Nice combination from Hanif. Oh, pink tip to the face. Nice double low kick there from Hanif. It's very erratic in the clinch. Nice sweep there from Reese. Alex telling Reese to look low and hit high. Nice body kick. Slip from Reese. Keeps looking for that high kick, but he's just off the mark every time, slightly. Still trying to get his range, I think. Nice sweep. First round over then.
yeah, lovely first round there.
They're quite well matched, these fights. They're both quite even, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see a bit more in the second round. Hanif looks pretty cool and calm. I'm expecting to build it up a bit. Usually good in the clinch, aren't they, from Dean's gym?
Yeah. They're very well adjusted to the scoring. know how to score a fight well, because obviously Dean trained under Tony Myers.
Seconds out.
It's
Round
Osai
two.
giving the advice in the corner there.
Here we go, round 2. Reese has come out fast. It's very erratic in the clinch, isn't it, with these two? Both trying to just find out the timing. Good shots.
Nice boxing shots. Reese walked on today. Apologise for the accidental elbow there.
Nice shots again from Hanif. He seems quite composed. He's picking his shots at the right time.
I'm going to say that the timing on the counter punches are working well for him.
Hanif has really come into his own this round. Done well to stay on his feet there as well.
He's controlled well. Reese started to busy the two, didn't he? He seems to slow down a touch. Maybe Hanif's controlled him or he's tiring.
Advice from the corner in from Dean James last round worked well.
A good second round. I think it's going to get better next round.
Both got very experienced coaches in the corner, haven't they?
Yeah, Alex Foreman there in the corner of Master Jim.
It's interesting in Hanif's corner, Josias is giving the instructions, Dean's just massaging him.
Yeah, that's what I said last round. I don't notice that. Maybe Asaya trains him a little bit more.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Can it be a case sometimes as a fighter where if there's too many people in the corner, you just get overloaded with too much information?
Can be, I suppose, if everyone's talking over each other.
Good combination there from Reese.
Reese caught him some strong shots there. Hanif smiled it off. Looks unfazed. They're going at it.
Nice left body kicks. Nice bit of flair there from Hanif.
Would have been nice if it landed.
Yeah. He seems the more composed of the two, Hanif, doesn't he?
Yeah, so far. Which is Reese is very, very busy. He's got a good work rate, Reese.
Nice kick. Score there from Reese. The sweep.
That's a nice knee that landed.
Nice team. I was saying to Gav last fight, it's quite an unutilised thing in it, the team. You don't really see it that much at like the earlier levels of Muay Thai. It's a really useful tool.
Well, it's my favourite. My favourite. Longest limb, biggest muscle group. It makes sense to make use of it. Good for attack and defence.
Yeah.
I'm a great fan of the team.
Going into round 4 then, how you see this fight so far?
I think Reese is pulling ahead slightly just with his work rate and scoring shots. Hanif's landed some nice shots as well, though. Not anything really telling yet, though, is there?
No, not really. Last fight, round 4, was when it all changed, so it could easily change again here with the blink of an eye.
Round 4.
If that kicked hit him, then that could have been 9-9. Trying to throw him out of the ring there.
Well controlled. Nice knees from Hanif there.
Nice sweep again. Reese has been told to stay on him here, apply the pressure.
Yeah, he's pulling ahead now.
Looking for the sweep again. Starting to tire a bit now by the looks of it, Reese. Good body kick. Not got that same explosiveness he had in earlier rounds.
He's still keeping a good work rate though. I think he's scoring. That's a good score back from Hanif though.
Good hand.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say that Hanif had the better knees in that exchange. He's coming back with strong hands
punches.
now. I think he's just turned that round a little bit at the end.
Yeah. I bet he's happy the bell went there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd still say Reese is probably just slightly ahead.
Yeah. Going into round 5 now, final round of the fight. This C-class bout between Hanif Chung and Reese McManus in the 59 kg division.
Yeah, we could do a few more 59 kilo fighters, 59, 60, 61 kilo fighters.
Seconds out, round 5.
So I think it's still all to go, still all to play for in this last round.
Yeah, definitely. Could go either way. Big left hand off the rib. It's been a very back and forth fight, constant action.
Yeah, they're both been busy.
Exchanging knees in the corner. This has got to be taken out of him.
Yeah, I think out of the two now though, Hanif is landing the cleaner knees.
His corner telling him to jump on him. Needs to apply the pressure here. Very animated in the corner now, Dean James and Josias.
Yeah, they know he needs to keep working to take this.
Reese backing right up to his own corner.
Hanif just pulled a little triple swing. Oh.
Both down together. They're both knackered. It was a great fight, that, really enjoyable. Both gave it everything.
Stretcher on both out.
How do you see that then? Do you think Reece took it or?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna go for probably a draw there.
I think Hanif like turned the gas up a lot, didn't he, that last round?
He might have just slightly edged it at the end there, but no, I think it's maybe going to be a draw.
I'm sure both corners are happy with their fighters. They gave their all there. There we go with the decision. Over to Kyle Greaves.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 sensational rounds of Muay Thai action, your ringside judges have reached a split decision. So let's hear it for your winner. In the blue corner, Hanif
Finished slightly stronger at the 2 there in the last round.
Yeah, well done to Hanif there. Reece did well though.
And let's raise a root for runner-up, Reece McManus!
Yeah, no shame in that loss.
Well done to Hanif and his coach, Dean James. Reece don't look happy, but he'll get over it. Once he watches it back and realises how good of a fight it was. Both fighters posing for a picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for bout number 5 of the show. So please welcome into the blue corner, representing Valley Thai Boxing, Terry Tucker!
Just don't sit down, 'cause I've moved your chair.
Here's Terry Tucker from Valley Thai Boxing in the corner now. Back with Ms. Gav. Got some great fights so far tonight, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Please welcome into the red corner, representing Salter Skin Gym, Kamil Wikowski.
One shot, now the future is yours. Go. Yeah, I was building on the lecture. Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style chain walkers at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one.
There comes Kamil Wikowski.
Straight dropping the kills. I'm talking. Taking over pieces of shares. I'm all with sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah.
Kamil Wikowski.
Is it me or is that entrance music getting louder and louder every time?
Yeah, it's like they're trying to like have like a dance off or something, can't they? Where
This bout is scheduled for 5 1.5-minute rounds and will be contested under C-class Muay Thai rules in the 84-kilogram division. Over to your referee.
So this is our last C-class fight of the evening. 84 kg division.
Big lads.
Very big. Kamil Witkowski from Sort of Skin and Terry Tucker from Valley Thai Boxing. I'm guessing from the name Valley Thai, they're probably Welsh in the valleys.
Yeah, I didn't even go for that, but yeah, it's well spotted.
Anything can happen at these weights, can't it? It can be over so quick.
Yeah, there's again no feeling out process, but straight down to business. It's great for the crowd, but like you're a coach watching in the corner, it's the
nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Big leg kick. Kamil in the red gloves, Terry Tucker in the blue.
That was a nice body shot, that. Yeah.
If they come over the rope then, that would have been nightmares, that.
Looks like a well-matched fight. They both look strong, both game, looking to trade.
I was saying that to Andy on the last fight. A lot of them have been well-matched. They've all been very close fights.
Oh, yeah. It's an art in itself. It's matchmaking for this. It's an art form in itself. It's so well done. O'Brien does a great job with that. It's really well done.
Slip there from Kamil, straight back up. Must be a wet ring.
Yeah. I don't know the way Tucker's got his hands in a funny position. Like he's got his hands like really turned out, and you know Kamil hasn't. He's got his hands turned right in. He's ready to bang. Tucker's going to struggle to counter punch or anything like that. So.
Tucker's got a big crowd here, stood behind him, singing his name.
Nice day out for them.
Yeah.
Hey, from Wales, they don't get out much, do they, these days?
Get on the bays early. I think it's important for a fighter to have supporters there. It gives you that extra boost, doesn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's great. You know, it does get you going, and sometimes, you know, in a fight, it can help.
Round 2.
You have really people who come to support you, shouting for you. It gives you that little extra boost of energy.
Yeah. Nice slapping body kick. Good knees there from Tucker.
I think he's the more well-rounded of the two. But I think Kamil's looking like, you know, he wants to shape up and throw heavy shots.
Yeah.
Got nice hands.
Another slip.
Look at that canvas. I've seen that a few times tonight already with a few fighters.
Oh! Big left kick. It's over. It's over.
Wow.
That was a massive left kick. Came out of nowhere. Tucker's looking a bit uneasy.
That was right on the button. Right next to us.
I know.
Do you know, I was just about to say as well, Tucker's handling the fight really well and mixing the shots up and showing great variety, and then that comes out again.
Yeah.
You know, it comes out of nowhere. You cannot make mistakes in this game. It's just a brilliant shot.
Hopefully we'll get to see a replay in a second of it. His fans are still singing for him, Tucker.
I think he's all right.
The doctor seems happy.
There we go, as a replay. Yeah, he was using his weapons really well, and just whipped it up right in the neck.
He thought about throwing a right hand, and then too late to pull it back up.
You see it. Lifted it right up, right in the neck.
Right on the money.
Yeah, that's over.
Well done to Kamil Witkowski.
I'm sure we'll see him again. I'm sure we'll see both men again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout was brought to an end in 41 seconds of the second round by KO.
Quickest fight so far this evening.
By your winner, in the red corner, Kamil Witkowski.
Well done to Kamil then. Commiserations to Terry Tucker.
Runner-up, Terry Tucker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for bout number 6 of the show. So please welcome into the blue corner, representing Phoenix Muay Thai, Connor Omni.
From Phoenix Muay Thai. Andy back on commentary with me.
Yeah, Phoenix Muay Thai just down the road in Whitefield,
now, ladies and
Pressridge.
gentlemen, please welcome into the red corner, representing Salford Striking Academy, Brad Davidson.
And here comes Brad Davidson from Salford Striking Academy, coached by Mark Skare.
Brad Davidson!
Another local gym, both Manchester gyms.
This bout is scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds and will be contested under B-class Muay Thai rules in the 63kg division. Over to your referee.
We're into the B-class fights now. First B-class fight of the evening. I watched Brad quite a few times. I've never seen Connor fight before.
I've seen neither of these guys fight before, so I'm interested to see how he goes. So have you seen them both fight before, Dan? And what's your have you seen?
I've only seen Brad fight before. I've not seen Connor fight before.
And how's his style?
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I enjoy watching him.
Is he more of a point scorer, or is he a knockout artist, or?
No, I wouldn't say he's a point scorer. No, I don't
Does
really
he
know.
go for it?
Yeah.
Gab's getting all the knockout fights. I need a knockout.
Round one.
Oh, started fast. Brad Davison, big hooks.
He's not getting past the second round, I don't think, at this rate.
Nice sweep from Brad. Brad taking out that frustration for making him wait ages yesterday at the weigh-ins. Another good sweep. Oh, big right hand. He's wobbled.
He's not going to take much of that boxing. His syrup might come off. Oh, that was a low blow as well.
Brad started really well there. Looking for the high kick there. Big hands again.
Yeah, he looks physically strong as well, doesn't he, Brad?
Yeah, really strong. Looks like he's got a lot of upper body strength.
Yeah. Connor's still coming forward though.
Yeah. Ooh. Looked a bit uneasy there, Brad. Big shots again though. Connor's head down. Nice sweep again. He's doing very well here, Brad, I think.
Well saved by the referee there.
WBC official jumps up to save him there. Nice. That's a really nice counter that from Brad. That was definitely Brad's round for me. I think he's very slick there. Threw some big hands as well.
Good strong first round, but yeah, that boxing's definitely the telling shots of that round.
Look at some replays there from the first round.
He took some big shots that round, Connor, but his eyes have cleared towards the end and he looks fresh.
You just say you won't make it past the second round, so let's see.
Well, from that first few boxing shots, I didn't think it was going to go much further.
His fans are still in good voice, though. Nice reply from Brad. Got him turned there. Oh, nice. Oh. I think he was already in motion there, to be honest. I don't think that... He's not intentionally kicked him in the face. I don't think, while he's on the floor. A bit of blood there on Brad's shoulder. I wonder what that's from.
Looks like it's coming from Connor's nose.
You're right, yeah.
Nice combinations from Brad.
He's got very good hands, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's strong.
This 63 kg division, it's stacked as well, isn't it? Nice hands. Looks like it's hurt him there.
Yeah, that's
I think he's in
nice
trouble.
boxing.
Blood coming out of his nose. He looks knackered. He needs to try and see this round out.
Yeah, he looks like he's dragging him into deep water now, doesn't he, Brad?
Nice counter. Nice two. Seems well rounded, Brad, doesn't he?
Yes, he's got good all-round technique.
Willing him on. Big right hand again. Saved by the bell. Another great round for Brad Davison there. Matt Skate must be buzzing with how he's performing so far.
Yeah. Connor's he's made it through to the third round, but I don't think he's winning.
No, definitely not. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to win this fight, hasn't he?
To be fair, he's doing well to take them shots.
Yeah, here's some replays of some of the shots he's taken. Big right hand coming up here. Thought I was going to put him down.
Second down, round 3.
Here we go into round 3. Brad Davison landed the better stuff, been more active. Nice take there, great timing. Big hands again.
Left hook, just whistle past his nose.
Every time he punches him, it looks like he could put him out. Nice sweep again.
That was a nice body shot there.
That is beautiful, that. Been really impressive, Brad, so far here.
Yeah, he's composed, his fitness is there, he's pacing himself well. How many fights has he had, do you know, Dan?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Another big right hand. Thought he could have countered there after that missed kick. Great hands again.
Yeah, that's a good
Ref's called
shot.
it off. Wasn't answering back with any shots, was he? Brad Davison really impressive there. Dominant performance.
I think the referee got bored of that one. But like you say, yeah, he wasn't really answering back. He was just taking punishment. That was a good decision, I think, to stop that.
Yeah. Really impressive, Brad's hands there. I thought he showed some great skill with that boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, your referee brings a stop to the contest in 1 minute and 34 seconds of the third round, declaring the boxer in the blue corner unable to continue. So let's hear it for your winner. In the red corner, Brad Davison!
Congratulations again to Brad. Commiserations to
And
Connor
let's
from
hear it
Phoenix
from
Muay Thai.
Connor Omni!
Team's posing for pictures. Great performance that from Brad Davison, wasn't it, Gav?
Yeah, it was a brilliant fight that, to be honest. I thought the corner were a little bit slow to pull him out there.
Yeah.
It turned quite quickly, didn't it? You know, but it was like, but it wasn't competitive anymore, so good referee in that. Referee was on it.
Unfortunately, what was meant to be our next fight, Rob Berak versus Tayo's, not happening anymore because Tayo's had to go to hospital, so we wish him speedy recovery.
Yeah, of course you do.
The next fight will be a 63.5 kg B-class fight between Kelvin So and Tyler Hogan.
I'm still laughing at Kyle's shoes. The 1920s have been on the
gentlemen,
phone.
we
We
now
want the
skip
shoes
forward
back.
to round number 8 of the show. So please welcome into the blue corner, representing Sam ID Gym, Tyler Hogan.
Making his way to the ring now, Tyler Hogan. Finding his way in. This music's definitely getting louder and louder. Gav back on commentary with me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give an equally warm welcome to his opponent this evening. Fighting out of the red corner and representing Middleton Muay Thai, Kelvin So.
This is better. This is nicer.
Yeah,
It's going to spoil it in a minute, though. I can tell.
big drop.
Yeah.
Straight to the ring, no
There you
messing
go.
around for Kelvin So. Last time out we saw him against Reece Hewitt on the last Super Showdown.
Yeah, I've seen Kelvin fight about 3 or 4 times
Ladies
now.
and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds and will be contested under B-class Muay Thai rules in the 63.5 kilogram division. Over to your referee.
Yeah, I've seen him fight a few times now, and he can come apart at the seams a little bit. He can lose his way, but one thing he's always entertaining. I've not seen him in a dull fight. He's always in an exciting fight, always.
Yeah. Darren Phillips, your referee. This is our penultimate fight of the undercard. Once again, a B-class bout.
Round 1.
Here we go then. Both very tall, aren't they?
Yeah.
Good balance from Kelvin So.
Yeah, Kelvin, very athletic in his.
Looking for the sweep. Good balance from Tyler Hogan though. Nice combination there from Kelvin.
Good defense from Hogan then, though. He just like, had his eyes on him all the time. Good eyes then.
Yeah. combination.
Lovely, yeah.
Good catch with the leg though.
Good balance.
I'd say that's a really underrated tool in Muay Thai, it's balance.
For sure, for sure. I think it's overlooked sometimes as well. That was lovely.
Good body shots.
Do you know what this
Big body shots.
He's got. You know what? I was watching him. He's got great eyes, right in front of Kelvin, all the way there. Then and just looking all the time. Very kind of good shots. He picked his shots well. Then
I was going to say to you, I wonder how Kelvin will do with body shots. He's been stopped by them a few times.
Yeah, we've seen him before. See, he's just calm, Hogan. He's not stealing that pocket. Very, very impressive first round. That.
They're big body shots, those big hooks in the corner.
Yeah, they were meaty, right? There was some meat on them. I could just see the way before when he blocked the high kick, he just had his hand up there, his put his left hand up, blocked it, and stayed in the pocket, and was just his eyes were good, little tiny head movements. Yeah, he's impressive. We get a replay on those on that knockdown.
When you have a situation where...
There we go.
Oh no.
Oh no.
When you have a situation where like you've been stopped by body shots a few times, what can you do to work on that? Is there anything you can do?
I think it's difficult because you can recover from getting hit in the head, I suppose, in the fight through fitness and stuff like that. But body shots are a different kettle of fish. If you get hit in the body properly, you know,
it takes the wind out of you completely.
Yeah, it's totally just another level. But usually conditioning can help. You know, defense can help more than anything. It's down to technique as well. But you can see Hogan's looking for it again now. He doesn't want to be too eager with those looking for those body shots again. If he found them first time, he'll find them again. He's just got to be a bit patient.
Yeah. Nice boxing. Kelvin. He's got fast hands, Kelvin.
He's quite a well-balanced fighter. He's like a 50-50, good hands, you know, good kicks.
Yeah.
Oh, that body shot again. Look for that right uppercut. Just looking to backing up Kelvin to the ropes and land them shots.
Yeah, once he's got him there on the rope, he's looking to land those big body shots, isn't he?
And you see the way he's standing in there. He's just staying in there. Doesn't move off. Oh, nice knee. He's a problem.
Could go down again here. Big knee to the face.
He's not
picking him apart.
Yeah, he's not giving her way out.
Really impressive combination there from Hogan.
For this now. Every time Kelvin gets backed up onto the ropes or into the corner, he has serious problems. His feet come together and he gets caught with those shots. Hogan's just got to be patient here now. Just patient. He will back up again. There he is. He goes again. Look at that knee. Did well to get out of that round then.
He's well ahead now. We need 2 knockdowns, 2 8 counts. Again, those body shots.
Again, you know, it's so hard to recover from as well. So, you know, in this next round now, he's obviously going to go looking for it again. If he gets touched in the right place again, it'll affect him again. He'll go down.
Yeah.
You know, so, and the beauty of it, well, the detriment of that to Kelvin is that Hogan knows it, and so does he know it as well. And it can just take away, you know, what you're trying to do. You start trying to protect your body, and then you can get caught in the head as well. Then you leave yourself open to other stuff. But at the same time, Hogan can't be too eager. You know, he was at the start of that round, he was a little bit eager, spoiled his own work. Then he's got to push him back, be patient, and just pick those shots again, because he's found it in both rounds. He will find it again in this round if he's patient.
Seconds out, round 3.
I think a classic example that you think of when you think of working the body or fight, and then going up to the head when they don't expect it is Super Bomb versus Petrosian.
Yeah, exactly.
Constantly worked the body, then when he sent one up, Petrosian put his arm down and just knocked him out cold.
That was another good round to the body. Backed up.
Another big knee, goes down again. I think the referee might stop it there.
I think the thing is, in the corner, you've got to be looking at this now and going, is there any way back for him? Do you know what I mean? Is it a little bit unnecessary to continue the fight? Wow.
Hogan flying at him there.
I thought you were catching that.
I know.
See, Kelvin's just waiting now. He's waiting for those shots to come. He's worried for him.
I don't know if there's any benefit to keeping him in there now, really.
Oh, two lovely.
He's going to go down again, yeah.
Stop the fight.
Darren Phillips is stopping the fight rightly, so.
Good performance that from Hogan.
Yeah,
brilliant,
very good.
Brilliant. I'd like to see him again. Really sat down on those shots. You see them here. Really sat down. Great technique. Knee to the face. Brilliant.
I worry for Kelvin that the blueprint's there now of how to beat him.
Yeah, as you say, it's happened before, and you back up to those ropes, his feet come together, and you can unload those shots. That was lovely.
Just picked his shots really well, didn't he, Hogan?
Lovely. Turns his hands over beautifully. Accurate, powerful. Very, very impressive. I'd like to see him again. A little step up, maybe.
Me too. Where's he from?
I don't know.
The gym sounds like Spanish or Italian or something.
Muay Thai. I've never seen it before.
TKO ends this bout in 55 seconds of the third round. Delivered by your winner in the blue corner, Tyler Hogan.
Congratulations to Tyler Hogan.
And let's hear it for
Commiserations to Kelvin
So.
He always gives a good account of himself, though.
Always, as I say, he's always in entertaining fights, never in a dull fight, ever.
I'm sure he'll be back again. Up next, we've got an absolute cracker.
Yeah, Andy Deary. Yeah.
Future world champion, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's definitely up there. He's one to watch, that's for sure. Been in the game a lot longer than you realise as well. So
yeah, he's been fighting as a junior since like 6 years old or something like that.
Be sure to follow Muay Thai Hub on Instagram for news and exclusive interviews from all of tonight's headline bouts.
for the victory lap though. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome or fall. Train in the trees, please open my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross hands and stormy shore, seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no chilling for champions and chain no fear. Got the champions here, switch gears. We keep the hitters in the
Pablo Ramos making his way to the ring now for our final fight on the undercard.
So clear. I see my victory so clear. It's a dream. It's a dream.
Pablo Ramos!
I'm excited for this one.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give an equally warm welcome to his opponent this evening. Fighting out of the red corner and representing Fightstar Judo Gym, Anthony
Fan favourite. They bring a lot of people with them for judo. For those who've just joined, I'm Dan Saunders from the Last Round podcast. Joining me on this fight, Andy Thrasher, and my co-commentator.
Oh, you see me like a stranger. Well, I've been waiting for the storm. Breaking up the cage, I don't like the change. Adrenaline in the rage, I mean every change. Pumping through my heart, dilute my pain. Compressing on the stress, asthma on my chest, running out of breath. They want me to run the
As you can tell from the crowd behind us, and him in the ring now, Andy around Fortitudo.
This bout is scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds and will be contested under B-class Muay Thai rules in the 59-kilogram division. Over to your referee.
So Darren Phillips in the middle of these two guys.
Very excited for this one, 59 kg B-class bout. And Derry's been fighting since he was about 6 years old. I'm down at Fortitudo quite a lot. I've seen him train, puts in a lot of work.
Yeah, they've got a good little team down there as well.
Yeah, very good.
Round 1.
Here we go.
So I don't know much about Pablo Ramos, but he's from a good gym, Dimcot gym in Spain.
Yeah, very good gym, yeah. Feeling each other out at the start. And Davey seems to have so much height on everyone that he fights. Tentative start from both fighters. Good catch. Nice teep again from man. Swing and a miss from Pablo Ramos. I'm surprised that Pablo Ramos has started this slow. Usually the Spanish, they come out flying, don't they?
He obviously knows that Anthony's no mug, he's not going to make it easy.
Nice combination from Pablo Ramos.
You can see, sharp and focused.
Slamming in those leg kicks as well. Oh, big leg kick, caught him unawares there.
Calf kick there.
He's on weak legs here. That caught him completely off guard there, didn't it? And needs to stick on that leg now. He's obviously hurt it a lot. Saved by the bell. Started a bit slow there on Derry, but he got the 8 count.
I've not seen a kick like that before, you know, not live anyway in a fight. Oh, it's behind the knee. Ah, so it's the tendons. I thought he kicked his calf.
I did as well. He nearly buckled his leg there, didn't he? If you're just joining us, this is our final bout of the undercard.
Second
We've got 4 WBC title fights later on this evening.
Yeah, I think Anthony's 17. I think it won't be long before he's going to be challenging for some WBC
belts of his
adult
own,
belts. Yeah. Now, what does
He's
that?
done it again.
I'm going to say, what did that first shot tell you? Though the way he swung that punch, he don't want to be in there, does he?
He's absolutely rifled his leg.
Yeah, he's only going to take one more kick on that leg.
Ref might even call this. He's not even looking at the ref.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
He's going to be straight back on that leg.
Should work it in a little bit though.
He switched to southpaw and I was trying to protect that leg a bit. Big kick. But Ramos gets straight back up. I'm going to dive on him now, you'd imagine. Flying knee. The crowd are going wild with every shot he lands, as you can probably hear. He's a real fan favourite. Smashing that leg again.
Pablo Ramos, though, he's soaking it all up apart from the low kicks that just given the 8 counts. He's taking everything else pretty well.
Down again. Straight back up though. Spent a lot of time on the ground, hasn't he, Pablo Ramos, so far this fight? Only in the 2nd round. Still coming forward though.
Yeah, it's, the range with Andrea is certainly paying dividends.
Good round for Anderi there.
So it's the experience that he's not rushing in trying to finish it too quickly.
Yeah. I've noticed that the dim cornerman hasn't got any ice or anything for his fighter's leg. Looks like they've come unequipped, which obviously can be a problem when you're fighting in a foreign country, you know.
It melted on the plane.
Yeah, it probably did, to be fair. Nice leg kicks from Anderi. They've obviously got a game plan and it's paying dividends.
Yeah.
Seconds out.
Yeah, I think Dan. I think Anthony should start maybe going for the other leg now.
Yeah. Seems to be soaking them up a bit better now, the leg kicks. He needs to start trying to block them though, instead of just soaking them. Big leg kick of his own. Nice fake from out there, followed up with a left. If he'd caught him there on the way down, that could have been lights out. You just feel like this fight could end at any minute, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, Pablo is still a little bit sideways on, leaving that leg open for the kick.
Very slippy this ring. When you work on the leg as much as Anderi is, it just sets up everything else for you, doesn't it?
His legs put him out of himself. Oh, it's a big scorer taking the back.
Yeah. Fair play to Ramos, his game though.
Yeah, he's still there. He's at the 8 counts. That leg's... It looks like he's got a bit of a lump on the inside of his knee as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of redding on Anderi's left leg as well. You can just hear the crowd every time Andy lands something, reacting to everything he does. Good shots from Pablo Ramos there.
Yeah, that left hook landed.
He's backhand up onto the ropes, and the bell goes and shakes his head. There's some good shots there though from Pablo. Luke Kaufman giving me a little nod there. Here's some shots of the previous round. I get my words out then.
Yeah, that left hook wobbled around a little bit, come off balance.
Yeah.
But other than that, he's just not phased by anything, is he? He's not really...
Do you think that's when you're most vulnerable, when you've been caught and then you're trying to back up onto the rope? Like if you get caught with something when you're on the way back, is that when it can really cause you trouble?
Well, it's never a good idea to take too many steps backwards in a straight line, is it?
Yeah. Round 4 now. You just see a bit of bruising on Ramos's leg. Seems to have recovered well from those leg kicks though. Nice combination from Anderi. Back to being a bit more tentative again, like the first round, up until the first 8 count. Goes up high, Anderi there. Looks for it again. Been quite a tentative round, hasn't it? Nice sweep from Anderi.
Yeah, I wouldn't say tentative, more like the picking the shots, aren't they, more?
Yeah.
You can see the toe marks inside Pablo's leg from Ant's inside kicks.
You see a lot of reddening on Anderi's leg there as well, on his left leg. Another slip from Pablo Ramos. I can see from here his feet are quite wet. Both fighters trying to pick the shots. End of round 4 then, I think Anderi's ahead here quite comfortably. 3 8 counts was it he's given?
Yeah, 2 8 counts, I think, isn't it? So, and I think he'll be comfortably in front now.
Yeah.
So So is he gonna? What do you reckon? Is he gonna go for it? Look for the finish or just cruise?
I think he'll probably just cruise now. Not take too many risks. He's always got the fight in the bag.
I hope not. Alan Kaufman's in the corner there telling him to go for it.
He might be, to be fair. I was going to do an Alan Kaufman impression then, but I'm not going to do that.
Seconds out. Round 5.
And Davey straight back out.
You're not handsome enough. You've got too much hair.
Too much hair, yeah.
So here we go, last round. Andreary comfortably ahead.
Nice head kick there. Looks like he's not resting on his laurels. Another nice left head kick. What I've noticed with Andreary, a lot of times he brings up that left leg for the head kick instead of the right leg, so it's coming a lot quicker at you. Nice flying knee. Ramos is half out the ring. Crowd willing on Andreary to finish the job. Nice combinations again. Not really been troubled this fight much, has he, Andreary?
No, he's had a little bit of pressure and dealt with it well.
Very nice sweep.
Nice time.
Keep that standing leg from under him. He's tough though, Ramos, I'll give it him. He's been down a few times, but he's got straight back up. That leg looks like it's going to be sore tomorrow.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't think he was going to get. I don't think he was going to get past the first round with those low kicks.
Yeah. Well done to Andreary. I mean, obviously that's a bit premature, but I'm pretty sure he's won that fight.
Yeah, that's a comfortable win for him.
Everyone's in there to congratulate him straight away. His daddy and Dairy. Gets up on the ring, salute his fans who have come to watch him. If you're a fan of Andreary, follow Last Round Podcast and I'll go and interview him during the break in between the main card. Little shameless plug there, why not?
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're gonna do it.
Guess I'll go and interview Andreary in the break if you follow Last Round Podcast.
Your ringside
Well, if you're
judges
following
have
the Last Round
reached the
Podcast, you better buy some Avalon rub as
So let's
well.
hear it for your winner. In the red corner,
Your winner then, Andreary.
Yeah.
Quite a comfortable victory, I think. Well deserved.
and let's hear it from runner-up, Pablo Ramos.
Well done to Pablo Ramos. Showed a lot of grit and determination to stay in there. Kept coming forward.
So there we go, the undercard complete. Back soon for the main card.
Yeah, some crackers
4
coming up.
WBC titles. And
We're
they're all
now
A class.
taking a very brief break from the action. But don't stray too far as the main card will go live in exactly 30 minutes time. Super Showdown! gentlemen in the Bolton Arena and those of you watching the action live around the world, hello and welcome back to Super Showdown. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to get back to the action! So, to kick off the main card here at Super Showdown Live tonight, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the blue corner, representing Dimcot Gym in Spain, Pedro Ruiz.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People want to talk to reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you trying to eat out.
In the ring now, Pedro Ruiz from Dimcot Gym in Spain. I'm Dan Saunders from Last Round Podcast alongside Gav.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof and welcome into the ring as opponent this evening. Representing Majestic Gym and fighting out of the red corner, Ryan Stockley!
Ryan Stockley to a big ovation. Jungle rave. Another fighter from Dimcot. No can expect them to come and fight.
Yeah, good gym. Good,
Ladies and
well-skilled gym.
gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and will be contested under A-class Muay Thai rules in the 63.5 kilogram division. Over to your referee for this contest, Stephen Broom.
Steve Broom, the referee. Very experienced ref. Ryan Stockley in the red corner, Pedro Ruiz in the blue corner. Ryan fighting out of Majestic Gym. Very experienced coach, Kev Harper. Josh Hill in his corner as well. When I've been to watch them train, him and Josh will, like, after sparring, they'll have about half an hour just clinching on their own.
Yeah, the gym dogs, aren't they? You know what I mean? They're always in there. They train so hard. You can tell the shape they come into fights as well, and the way they do fight. Pace is never a problem. They're always in shape, always ready to go. They love the game.
I think to fight regularly, you have to really love the game, don't you? To cut weight all the time, it
sure.
takes a lot of dedication.
Yeah, for sure, because the fight generally isn't the hard bit. The preparing for the fights is the hard bit.
I think it's important for Stockley to start quick here.
Yeah, he needs to stamp his authority on this fight quickly. because you don't quite know what you're getting sometimes when these guys come, especially from Dinkot Gym. You know you're going to be well skilled.
Last time out he fought against Luke Whelan, he started quite slow, ended up bringing it back after getting knocked down in the early rounds.
He fights very well off the ropes, Brian Stockley. Really, he can fight going backwards. I would imagine he's very hard to prepare for as well. He's got a lot of different weapons, and he's a little bit unorthodox. He can whip them legs up there, he can throw his hands straight away, throw shots from different angles.
Nice hands. Looking nice and composed, Pedro, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see he's got a nice style and not getting flustered, staying in range.
Nice body kick.
Thing is, Stockley can lull you into sort of a bit of a funny rhythm, and as you're going along, as you're sort of chasing him down like he's doing at the minute, he'll just start picking you off.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's going to be an 8 count.
What was that? Was that a knee to the body or?
I thought it was a right to the head, a right hook to the head.
It's quite out of nowhere, that.
See, now there's a bit of urgency. This is what I meant about starting slow previously. Spinning elbow.
It's definitely ratcheted the pace up.
Yeah. Nice combination from the Spanish fighter.
Ruiz must have power, you know.
Elbow.
He must hit hard.
This could be another 8 count.
Yeah, because he's wincing.
He needs to survive this round, Stockley. It's going to be another 8 count, I think.
Starting to look
Caught on his head as well,
uncomfortable.
top of his side of his head. Just needs to see this round out, doesn't he?
Yeah, 10 seconds.
It's going to feel like a long 10 seconds. Oh, that might have been another 8 count as well.
That would have been.
Wow.
What's difficult about that is that it wasn't sort of a flash knockdown either. It was like he looked hurt, didn't he? Both times when he went down, he looked hurt, and at the end of the round there, he looked hurt again. That's going to be a difficult second round, because if you look at Ruiz now, he looks very calm.
Yeah.
Here's the replay. It's a nice body kick. But like you say, he was nice and relaxed, funny, and I think it was to his detriment.
That was a knockdown there.
Yeah. What, I didn't see what he got caught with, though. Was it elbow?
Like a little short elbow, yeah.
At first, I thought he caught his ribs at first, but...
Spike elbow there, that was nice. I think that's where the cut came from.
Yeah.
Another one.
See, Ruiz looks strong and rough and tough, doesn't he? Hits hard, steps in with his shots.
Nice spike elbow again. He's throwing some vicious shots, isn't he?
Yeah. Like you were saying at the start of the fight, though, how important it is, especially when you come with these like unknown foreign fighters sometimes that you've not got to see much about them. You have got to like be on your mettle. You've seen that before about Anthony Deary. You know, even though Anthony Deary dropped him and he didn't chase that leg, because he was still dangerous, you know what I mean? You still got to have that respect. But he stamped his pace and authority on the fight early on. Ryan was a little bit, for me then, in hindsight of this round, a little bit too lackadaisical there.
Yeah. He's got it all to do now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think that kind of like European K1 type style can often cause problems for like body kickers and scorers.
For sure, yeah.
And then just walking them down.
Because it's a different pace, it's just a totally different pace of fighting. You know, it forces you to engage when you don't want to, you know, just walk people down.
Stockley showing a bit of urgency now. I was going to say he could end up getting caught here again. He might be out cold there. Yeah, he's gone. It's off.
That was a lovely elbow.
Great elbow. I was just thinking to myself when he was throwing wild, he could get caught here. Hopefully he's all right.
He's out cold there. Not nice to see that. That was right on the button.
Yeah, I just caught a glimpse of his eyes then. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
Well done to Steve Broom for stepping straight in.
Not something we ever like to see.
Really impressed with Pedro Ruiz though. He fought excellently.
Brilliant. You know, we just saw that. You know, starting that round, he come out and closed the distance straight away. He did what worked for him in the first round. Closed that distance straight away through the elbows, through the shots, and landed right on the button. Showing respect now. I don't think he realised that Ryan was in a bad way there. And then as soon as he did, he stopped. He started celebrating. He stopped straight away. He was. I think he's Ryan's up. Yeah, he's talking to Kevin.
Moving around, which is a good sign. This is the dangers of A-class fighting.
You know what? Anything. It doesn't matter how good you are as well either. You take your foot off the pedal, or you just make a mistake. You get punished at this level. I think they're just precaution. You're just leaving him on the floor for the moment.
Yeah. I love to see Pedro Ruiz again though in 63.5 division as well.
He was wicked in.
Some great fights for him in that division. Nice to see Stockley getting up slowly. Getting back to his feet.
Yeah. He's still very unsteady on his feet, isn't he? Get him on that stool. There we go, here's the replay. Yeah, just close the distance on him straight away.
Oh, that was in the first round, I think.
But yeah. And this is it.
Stockley was swinging for the fences at that point, just left himself wide open,
right
didn't he?
On the button. Right on the button. Right on the chin.
Well identified by Steve Broom to step in and stop it straight away.
He wasn't messing around. I think the referee was on that a little bit. Was anticipating something like that. I think anyway.
Yeah.
You know what? Ryan's still a bit scrambled there.
I think he'll probably go to hospital to get checked over just to make sure he's all right.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? I think it'd be a good precautionary measure to do that.
Big round of applause for Stockley there. Glad he's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout was brought to a close in 23 seconds of the second round by TKO. Double-ended by your winner. In the blue corner, Pedro Ruiz.
Good performance.
Yeah, very good.
And
Well
let's
done.
hear it from Ryan Stockley.
again. It's just very physical, very rough. Oh, it's a lovely, lovely elbow that. Right on the button.
He knew straight away as well, he caught him with an absolute beauty.
I think that's the way to fight Stockley as well, isn't it? Just close that distance down, don't give him any space to use those big long levers if he's, you know, he fought the perfect fight, to be honest with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to bout number 2 of the show.
Wow.
So please welcome into the blue corner, representing Kearsley Muay Thai, Alex Jones.
Up next, we've got 56 kg A-class fight between Alex Jones from Kearsley Muay Thai and Dom Hill from Skelmersdale. That's how you say it, Skelmersdale.
Skelmersdale, yeah. They spelled it wrong, I think, on there.
But it's S-K-E-M in it. Skelmersdale.
Skelmersdale. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I always say Skelmersdale for some reason. I don't know. Skem.
You just kept kicking and kicking and kicking until the back of the roof. Until his shins were numb. He just kept powering through. He wants to recover to his mom. Something his dad couldn't do. He used to train all the
It's not often we see people from the 56 kg division, is it? It's quite a sparse division, really.
Yeah, it is. It's, I don't know, I think every division every now and then has a little bit of something about it where you get like 5 or 6 fighters that are all fighting each other. You see that in the 63 kilo division at the minute. There's lots of good lads in that division. You know.
For sessions and all of them paid off. Cause now when he kicks, he doesn't feel pain. He can take somebody's face off. He won in the second round, but back then his moment just ruined the makeup. He made 13 grand and dropped it all on his mother's table.
Here he comes, Alex Jones.
Life is only what you make of it. We are born and time begins to tick. Gotta pray you, never let it break you. To fail and know it's too late.
Alex Jones!
Very well known around the scene, Kearsley Muay Thai, aren't there? I don't think I've ever been at an event where Pitbull's not been there.
Ladies and
Always there, aren't they?
gentlemen, please
Always
give
there,
an
there.
equally warm welcome to his opponent this evening. Fighting out of the red corner and representing Skelmersdale Muay Thai, Dom
Here comes Dom Hill to a big reception.
Very happy to be here.
This bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and will be contested under A-class Muay Thai rules in the 56 kilogram division. Over to your referee.
Steve Brew, once again the referee. Very experienced. Also does the rankings, I believe.
As well, he will please no one, will he?
Yeah.
Hey, he'll be like...
I've interviewed a lot of people who aren't too fond of the rankings.
A thankless task, that
is. Yeah. Dom Hill ready to go. go then. Dom Hill coming straight out.
Caught with the right hand then as well.
Yeah.
Come with the right hand straight away. I think he's stunned a little bit.
Nice catch and counter. Looking for the spike elbow.
Not messing about, Hill. Jones having to fight on the back foot a little bit this first minute or so.
Yeah, Dom started out very aggressive, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not giving me any space, no chance to breathe.
That's 3 or 4 times now he's caught his teeth.
He's a bit unorthodox, isn't he, Dom Hill? He's like sort of... He's going after it.
Nice sweep from Dom Hill there. I think it's important as a fighter when you get swept to not try and let it get to your head too much, because it can be quite demotivating, can't it?
Yeah, it's like getting dropped almost, isn't it? You know, it's like you've got to put out your mind straight away and get on with the fight. I think sometimes fighters try and get into that habit of like getting them back, you know.
Dom Hill looks for the sweep. Steve Broom breaks him up.
Alex Jones looks a little bit taken aback by it all, I think. I think he's been caught a couple of times with some shots and it's stunned him a little bit, and he just stopped his beat at the moment.
Is this his first A-class bout as well? I feel like it might be.
I think it might be, yeah. He's just got to keep, you know, Jones just got to keep on his game plan. He's just got to stay focused, not get drawn into sort of... Dom Hill's playing like a little game with him at the minute, and, you know, he's looking a bit unorthodox, smiling at him, and...
Yeah. Very wide guard from Alex Jones.
He was getting caught through the middle.
Interesting first round. I feel like Dom Hill's done his homework on Alex Jones. There's 5 or 6 times he's just caught his teeth in the middle and countered with something.
Yeah, he's clearly got a game plan. You know, like you say, he's clearly studied him, and Alex Jones looks a little bit off his beat. Looks a little bit sort of a rabbit caught in the headlights at the moment.
Yeah.
Might be a bit of nerves, I don't know, but he's warm now, so we'll see a little bit more of the real in the second round. But Dom Hill can take a lot of confidence in that first round. He landed some good shots and did what he wanted to do, really.
John Pop looking animated in Dom Hill's corner.
When doesn't he?
I feel like for your first A-class fight, it can be quite an overwhelming experience as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Alex Jones has been on the circuit for a long time, so, you know, to fight A-class is what he's wanted to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's worked his way up to that level, and yeah, you know, it could be a big thing. I mean, I've never seen that before. He's like, his coach is telling him to watch the big screen. It was like the replay. that was a strange moment, though.
Dom Hill straight back out, ready to go.
Round 2.
Nice big kick to start.
Interesting technique there from Alex Jones, hanging off the ropes.
Dom Hill's got such a strange style. I can't put my finger on it. It's just a weird style that he has, but it's working.
It is.
You know, he's pushing the pace. He's controlling the fight at the moment. That was a nice kick. Starting to get his range a bit better now, Alex Jones.
Spike elbows there from Dom Hill. Nice tip to the face there. Beautiful. Going at it here.
Yeah, it's got up a couple of gears this now.
Yeah.
Both fighters.
Very fast pace now.
Dom Hill's took quite a few of them big kicks to the body and the arms, and they might start to tell him this round now.
Jump up animated there in the bottom of your screen, you can see that. Shouting me. Alex Jones looking for the sweep. Doesn't come off. Nice spinning elbow. A man after my own heart there. I love a spinning elbow.
Dom Hill looks a bit ragged now. Looks a little bit tired.
He does look very tired actually.
I think them kicks are starting to really take the toll.
Yeah.
I think Alex Jones has got to go back to that, keep to the basics, throw those big kicks when he can. Try and drown him in the clinch.
It's been a lot better of a round from Alex Jones, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's woke up this round. A bit more confident.
30 seconds remaining in round 2. Nice work in the punch there from Alex, spun him around.
Yeah, he did well there.
Good round that for Alex Jones.
Yeah, good round that.
Dom Hill looks knackered, doesn't he?
He does look tired, but it's been a weird pace to the fight, because even though he's been pushing the pace, it's never looked like he's got had to go into a top gear. No, he's had like as I say, almost it's the way his style is very strange. But you know, he might be looking to get his second wind in this round now, maybe, I don't know. But he didn't look very comfortable in the back end of that round then.
No.
He's blown a little bit.
You know, jump up won't let him slack off for a minute.
No, for sure. The thing is, Alex Jones is starting to build a rhythm there, and I think that when one fighter starts to build a rhythm, it can be quite difficult to knock them out of it. You have to work really hard to knock them out of it.
There's some of the highlights from that last round.
Pushes, not catching that pushes anymore. The elbow, nice.
Dom Hill first out again.
I think he was read the right act a little bit in that round.
Yeah,
in that thing.
Round 3.
It feels like when Alex turned up the pace in that last round, Dom Hill just couldn't keep up with that pace at all.
Yeah, once he started bringing out the weapons, the big kicks and the busy clinch, I think he struggles. Random balloon.
Nice knees from Dom Hill.
He was a bit too eager to sweep there. He should have kept going with that clinch because he was having good success.
seems to favour the downward elbow when he gets the opportunity in the clinch.
Yeah.
Pushes him off. Nice team. So that's when you start frustrating your opponent, when he's trying to walk you down and you just teep him away.
Yeah, so it just takes the wind out your sails. Dom Hill's taking a bit too long now before he throws shots. He's trying to line him up with something big all the time, and he's just getting picked off.
Nice book there. And the crowd are up for that.
Good knee that.
Both of them brought a lot of supporters cheering them on. Nice long knees from Jones. They're very active in the clinch, aren't they?
Both men are good, aren't they? Both good in the clinch.
Sweet. Oh.
I think this sort of pace suits Alex Jones more than it does Dom Hill.
Yeah, definitely.
He's quite happy.
You almost lose more energy trying to chase the pace that the other person's fighting at.
That's it.
Last 10 seconds of round 3 now. It's been a constant action fight so far.
Yeah, it feels like this fight's been a lot longer than about 3 rounds.
Yeah, it does. Who do you think will be the happier corner now at this stage?
I think Jones's corner will be much happier because he's the one that's maintained the pace and the rhythm, so he's definitely the fighter that's got that rhythm. Dom Hill's chasing the fight a little bit now for me. He's taking a bit too long to line Jones up. He's trying to land them big elbows and them big shots. But as he's walking in, Jones is quite nicely adept at going backwards and kicking and scoring, so you see it here from the replay. That was a nice combination, followed by a knee. But then gets turned and then countered.
That was good clinch movement up from Jones, wasn't it?
It was nice jab. Keeping him busy all the time. Them downward elbows that were landing before in the first round are not landing anymore. He's just smothered Dom Hill's work. Now that was a good throw. Long knee.
It's been quite a scrappy fight, hasn't it? It's not been like the most technically gifted by any means.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a clash of styles, I think, hasn't it? Because as I said before, Dom Hill's got like a bit of a strange style when you watch him, and Alex Jones is also a little bit, a bit ragged around the edges of his style and technique. So it's not the most pleasing fight on the eye, but still, nonetheless, it's interesting.
Yeah. After all these CMB class fights, I'm not used to these long intervals in between the rounds.
Yeah, I know, it's a bit of a shock to the system, isn't it?
Straight where we left off for the start of round 3. Lots of action in the clinch. Nice teep to the face.
Lovely. See, Dom Hill's not cutting him off anymore either. He's just following him round like now.
I think Dom Hill's got a cut on his eye. Not Dom Hill, sorry. Alex Jones has got a little cut on his eye.
Yeah, you see, a little blood dripping down.
Wonder what that's come from. I didn't see that.
I think in the eye, isn't it? So I can't quite see where the
It's
cut
a
is.
weird one. Can't see a gash on his face or anything.
No. Good round this so far for Dom Hill.
He's had to up the pace a bit. I need to contend with Jones's speed.
Yeah, it's grueling.
Jones is back there. It's just red raw. Got a momentary pause in action here.
Both men look tired now. That was a nice big kick. Well timed.
Both applying with body kicks. Dom Hill has a little look down those. They're not half-assing these knees, are they? They're putting some venom in them.
What was swinging them in? It's not. Yeah, there's no messing around with that.
It's mad to think we've still got another 2 rounds of this after this.
That's crazy, isn't it? I just looked at that then and thought you got the wrong round.
Going for the spinning elbow there.
I think with both men tired now, this is where like a little bit of experience in the corners comes in now, I think, as well. Like, you know, pick your shots now, both tired.
Don't go hell for leather constantly.
Yeah.
Dom Hill looking for the elbow there out of the clinch, nothing came of it. Elbow after the bell. Dom Hill apologises straight away.
Yeah, hopefully he meant that.
Been an interesting fight. I don't know what to make of it at all. It's been a weird one, hasn't it?
Yeah, as I say, it's not so easy on the eye to watch, like, but you know, as sort of ebbed and flowed a little bit, and I think that Dom Hill there, it was a good round for Dom Hill, that, but again, it's like, I wouldn't want to score this.
Yeah.
I think we'd difficult one to score, but
none of the rounds are particularly clear, are they?
No, like, you know, of all the rounds, Dom Hill's started quite strong in the first minute and a half or so, and then faded as that round's gone in, and Alex Jones has come back into it, and I still think this fight's anyone's at the moment.
Yeah, they've still got all to play for in the last 2 rounds. Here's some highlights of the last round. Speaking of last round, follow Last Round Podcast on Instagram. Get a shameless plug in there.
Nice plug. Yeah, both guys, just as you see from these replays now, they look a little bit of sloppiness coming into the work, a little bit tired and a bit laboured, but they're still landing.
Dom Hill's already out there. He's been out there for like 20 seconds. Raring to go. Alex Jones getting a boost from his fans. Oh, round 5?
Yeah, because it's on our monitor. It's 3, and I was thinking that's can't be right. So yeah, last round. So here we go.
All to play for both fighters here in this final round.
I believe so, yeah, I think it is. That aggression and that come forward style works for Dom Hill. He's got to keep maintaining that through this round, I think.
Yeah.
Not give Jones any space at all.
We kind of saw it in the first round, and we're only really seeing it again now, aren't we?
Yeah. It's a tough pace to maintain, isn't it? It's a tough...
Very, yeah. Wonder how many knees these have thrown this fight. It's got to be a serious amount.
Yeah, a lot.
Right in the cameraman's face there. Foot out of the ring. I realise we're not talking much, we're just fully invested in this fight, aren't we, Rizzo?
Yeah, you know, you're watching this fight and thinking you're trying to make
Oh, big spinning elbow.
That was a nice one. Good push kick.
Nice.
Good scores, Ben.
Very good score. Putting it all in at the end there, Alex Jones.
Yeah, Alex Jones has found a bit of energy there at the end of this round. Might just have swayed the fight, that.
Body kick and Alex Jones nods in approval. Spinning elbow from Jones, from Don Hill, sorry.
Alex Jones looks knackered. Looks really tired.
They've both put everything into this fight, haven't they?
I think they're both so tired they actually can't hurt each other now. I don't think they've got the power to hurt each other or put anything meaningful together.
I think that might have been the case from like the third round onwards, to be honest. Very interesting fight. I wouldn't even know where to call that.
No, we'll leave that one to the judges. That's what they get paid for. So.
I'm trying to catch Dean James' eye to see if you can tell me who he's giving it to.
He won't tell you. He won't.
Here's some of the action from the fight. Very back and forth.
Yeah, no man really took a hold of the fight, did he? They never really grabbed it. That kind of fight was like asking for someone to take the fight by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah.
You know, like put together like a minute or two of concerted, just
Ladies and gentlemen,
combination
after
to
five
just take the fight.
awesome rounds of Muay Thai action. Your ringside judges have arrived at a unanimous decision. So let's hear it for your winner. In the blue corner,
Alex Jones wins it from Kersley Muay Thai.
And let's hear it for winner.
Probably the right decision.
I think so, yeah.
I think the rounds that he did win were a lot more convincing.
Yeah. Tough fight for both men. Good.
Yeah. They're going to be very, very sore tomorrow, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
That was our second fight on the main card of Super Showdown. We've got 4 WBC title fights tonight.
Some crackers tonight, some really good fights tonight. So I'm looking forward to, especially, I'm really looking forward to Dan Butler and James Ogden. I think that's going to be a great fight.
Yeah, it'll be really good. At that weight as well, anything can happen, can't it?
You know what, they're both, it's kind of one of those fights that who turns up, you know what I mean? It's who gets going early on. And then you've got Joe Ryan, again, another one. Joe Ryan with this Jose hitter. You don't quite know what you're going to get there either with that fight. So
quite a few people have been telling me that Jose hitter's really impressive, apparently. He might shock people.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw before with Ryan Stockley, you've got to be, you can't, you know, sometimes you take these little things for granted, don't you? I'm not saying he did, but you've got to start these fights out strong, with strong pace, don't make mistakes.
number 3 of the main card tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the blue corner, representing the legendary Bad Company Gym, Michael
from the legendary Bad Company Gym, alongside Richard Smith and fighter Joe Craven.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the red corner, representing the Grip House and Black Box Muay Thai in Scotland, Charlie McGee.
Coming to the ring now, Charlie McGee from Grip House. Father of 3.
Charlie McGee!
A little smile at each other there. I think we could see a bit of fireworks here.
This bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and will be contested under full Muay Thai rules in the 76-kilogram division. Over to your referee.
If you're just joining us, I'm Dan Saunders from the Last Round podcast. On co-commentary with me is Andy Thrasher. I feel like we're going to see a stoppage here. I don't think this is going the distance.
I've got to agree with you there, just for the way they're looking at each other. Don't get paid overtime.
You do not.
Round 1.
Referee Steve Broom. Zuda straight in there. This could be over quick.
Yeah, he's composed himself well there, Charlie.
Zuda's trying to end him here, some big shots. Throwing every shot with venom, like the name on the shorts.
Nice little technique there.
Yeah, that was nice. Could have stamped him leg, took him off his feet. So it looks like he means business here.
Yeah, he started well, Michael. Can he keep that pace up? That's the question.
I think he's just hoping to get him out of there as soon as possible. Nice spinning back fist there. Throwing the kitchen sink at him, all sorts of arsenal.
He's landed the shots well, isn't he?
Jumping elbow.
Somebody watched on back last night.
Richard Smith and Joe Craven back in orders at Zuda. Crowd are chanting his name.
Charlie's cut already, I think. There's some blood there. I can see him dripping out. Yeah.
On his
he split
top
his,
of his head.
Split his head, yeah, with his elbows.
First bit of blood we've seen on the ring tonight. Looks like it's leaking bad as well.
Oh yeah, it's streaming
I think
out.
we've just been sprayed with it a bit there.
Not got in his eyes though, obviously just
every time he gets hit, it just goes flying everywhere, done it, the blood. Has he, Charlie McGee, at all?
I don't really. He's had much chance to, has he?
Yeah, it's been on the
First
back
round,
foot.
15 seconds to go.
Great round for Zuda there. Absolutely dominant.
That's it, but Charlie's gone back to the corner. Doesn't look too unfazed or uncomfortable.
Been in some wars himself over the years.
I'm going to say he's an experienced fighter. He knows what to expect.
Here's some of the highlights from that first round. Zuda's applying the pressure from the opening bell.
I think they're the elbows that opened him up a bit.
So experienced as well, his coach, isn't he? Richard Smith, been in the game for years.
And Lisa's an experienced coach and fighter.
Coached some of the very best that there's been in UK Muay Thai.
So what do you think Charlie needs to do this round?
Don't know. It's a tough one, that. I mean, he's getting pressured. Needs to keep moving, really, doesn't he? Not stay all in the same place.
Well,
Just move off.
He's moving forward, but he's not using any feints. He's just kind of walking forward onto Michael's shots, isn't he? So.
Seconds out, round 2.
Looks like they've stopped the bleeding for now.
So we go round 2. Michael straight back at it with a left high kick again.
One thing about Charlie, he's game as anything. Nice head kick from Zuda.
Yeah, nice variation as well. Up and down, elbows, knees, kicks.
Arms out, showboating a bit. A nice head kick from Zuda as well.
I was just thinking about the right hook that just missed him.
Slippy ring. What are you laughing at?
You ate that, didn't you, Dan?
Charlie's doing a lot better this round than the first round. Taking the fight to Zuda a bit.
Yeah, but Michael's just defending and countering back every time, scoring.
Big elbow.
Michael coming off 1 or 2 losses, I believe, though, so I think that's probably fired him up.
Yeah. I think he got stopped on the last SuperShowDown, didn't he?
My memory fails me. Who did he fight?
Can't remember.
Ow, Scottish guy again. I've forgotten his name now.
Ali McPherson?
No.
I don't know then. My mind's gone blank as well.
No. It will come to me next week sometime.
Nice from Charlie there, caught the leg, turned him round. I'll be honest, after the first few seconds of the first round, I didn't think this was going to go this long. Charlie's done well to stick in there and be able to bring his own offense.
10 seconds of round 2.
Got a lot of weapons in his arsenal, and he's Zuda.
Yeah, he's got good variation. Well, Charlie's got his nice white shorts covered in claret, so he needs to start doing a bit more, I think. Pushing forward, staggering his attack, throwing a few feints to get his way in, score something back.
His hair's turned red as well.
Yeah, I think if he doesn't start pulling things back a bit this round, he's gonna find it hard to pull it back unless he gets a stoppage.
Yeah. Here's some of the highlights from that last round. Zuda just showing all these different types of shots, elbows, spike elbows. So much in his arsenal. Good hands. It's interesting seeing the dynamics of a corner, seeing like who gives the input. When there's like 3 of them in the corner, everyone's providing their own little bit of information. And they're all telling him, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's just the head coach who talk, but you've got Joe Craven talking to him, Lisa talking to him as well.
I think they know each other all so well, they sort of take turns. You know, so he's only hearing one set of advice at once. Whether he listens or not is a different matter, though. We'll see. He's doing well so far.
Seconds out, round 3.
Here we go then, start round 3.
So I wonder what Charlie's corner have said to him now between rounds.
What would you tell him?
Pull your effing finger out, probably. But then he's not doing bad, he's defending, he's just Michael's looking strong.
Nice. Nice punch and sweep the leg there. Every time they come over to these ropes, I get nervous they're going to land on us.
As long as I don't get blood on us.
Nice from Zuda. Hooks up top, nothing there. Oh, that Charlie's leaking again.
Blood's coming out of there pretty rapid again. Out of his forehead.
Crowd chanting Zuda's name. Charlie's leaking claret. Some which landed on your head, didn't it?
Yeah. As long as it didn't go on my shirt.
This is a bloody one, this. Referee's going to get the cut looked at, I think.
The Ringos are hiding behind the ring cards.
I don't blame him, it's pouring down, isn't it? It's a lot of blood, that, isn't it?
Oh, is he cutting over the eye as well now?
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, there's a cut over the eye.
Steve Booms waved it off. There's just too much blood there.
Yeah. It's a second. I didn't see the second cut until it just turned around. That's a good, solid win for Michael Zuda from Bad Company.
Impressive, especially the first round. It just came out all guns blazing.
Yeah, you can't really say Charlie McGee did anything wrong as such then either. It was just more Michael Zuda was just on his foot, on his game today, wasn't he?
I think he just might be that level above Michael Zuda. Here's some of the highlights from the fight. If you've just joined us, we had a great fight there. Michael Zuda stopping Charlie McGee. We've got 4 WBC title fights still to come later on. If you're wondering who the unfamiliar voice is on commentary, I'm Dan Saunders from the Last Round podcast. On commentary with me is Andy Thrasher. Swapping in and out with Gavin, usual co-commentator.
The dulcet tones of Vinny Shawman not with us this show. Vinny's across in Thailand. Sunning himself at Super Pro.
Rumours are they're calling me the new Vinny Shawman. Not confirmed yet, but rumours are. No joke.
Hearsay. Blasphemy.
Great victory for Zuda there. Here's Kyle Greaves to announce it officially.
Aye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringside paramedical team call a stop to the contest in 1 minute and 25 seconds of the 3rd round, declaring the fighter in the red corner unable to continue. So let's hear it for your winner. In the blue corner, Michael Zuda.
Well done to Michael Zuda and Bad Company Gym.
Charlie McGee.
Commiserations to Charlie McGee. Showed a lot of heart there. We got cut very early on.
Got some house lights and drop the music for a second, please. Referee. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to our next bout, firstly, a huge thank you to all of you who have bought raffle tickets this evening in support of a very notable figure in the Muay Thai community, Mr. Darren O'Connor. Now, for those of you that did, keep your eyes on your tickets, please, as our handsome referee, Mr. Stephen Broom, will now draw our winner. Tickets number 511 to 515. Once more, that's tickets number 511 to 515. Please make your way over to ringside and see Mr. Peter Spenceley to collect your prize. For the last time, those of you at the back, tickets number 511 to 515. Thank you all for your kind participation in the Super Showdown raffle. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to bout number 4 of the main card tonight. So please welcome into the blue corner, representing Imperial Muay Thai, Connor
Bout number 4, Adam Haslam versus Connor Phillips, A-class, 61 kg. Making his way to the ring now, Connor Phillips from Imperial Muay Thai. Jack Kennedy, his coach, alongside Mick Gav. Jason O'Hara in his corner there as well.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give an equally warm welcome to his opponent this evening. Fighting out of the red corner and representing Majestic Gym, Adam Haslam.
He brings a big crowd, Adam Haslam. Rowdy bunch. Newly of the Majestic Gym. Previously at GFC. Saluting his fans.
This bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and will be contested under full Muay Thai rules in the 61-kilogram division. Over to your referee.
You can hear him in the background singing. There's only one Adam Haslam. How do you think this fight's going to go? I always find it interesting when a fighter moves to a new gym for the first time. How they're going to get on.
Yeah, it can sometimes go either way. I mean, he's not picked an easy opponent to have his first fight at his new gym. Connor Phillips was a good fighter, so I think it's going to be again. Haslam's he's a good technician. And once he gets into a rhythm, he's difficult to beat and knock out of it. But I think it's going to tell us a lot. The first couple of rounds in this fight is going to tell us a lot about where he is right now. But it's been a while since he fought as well.
Yeah, last time he fought with Tuzo Cruz in 2019, I believe.
It's a long time to be let out the ring.
Here we go, round 1. Bit more of a slow-paced fighter, isn't he, Haslam? He's probably going to take his time and set up his shots.
Yeah, he builds, doesn't he? He builds and then speeds up. Started well, though. He's
finding some shots, isn't he?
He's found his range nice and early with that push kick. Couple of right hands and a left up.
Slamming in those leg kicks.
That was nice.
Nice combination. Connor Phillips told me yesterday that he came down from around 80 kg for this fight.
I was going to say, he looks big for the weight. He looks very big for a 60-kilo fighter. Big shoulders on him, big back and legs.
Nice left hook to the body.
And if you come down from that weight, if this fight goes into the trenches, he could struggle with that pace. It might start telling that big weight cut.
Yeah.
But then again, it might even off because you know, with Haslam's been out the ring for a long time, so.
Supporters trying to get Haslam going in.
shots well at the moment, Haslam.
He is.
Looks sharp.
Slamming in those leg kicks again. Elbows from Phillips, 5 in a row.
The difference in the fighters as well is that you look at Haslam, he's like pouring with that left hand. When Phillips is ramming that jab right through.
He is.
See, he's just touching. He's got to watch that right hand. Just touches with it, he's ramming through.
Got quite long limbs, Haslam, hasn't he?
Yeah, long arms.
10 seconds left in this first round. It's been an interesting one. Sweep from Haslam. Might have just secured him the round, that.
That was nice little sweep, that.
Close round though, good from both fighters. Both just feeling each other out.
Just feeling each other out, like it caught fire a couple of times. You can see this fight is going to catch fire at some point, but Haslam was nice there, nice rhythm, nice variety of what he was doing, just keeping Phillips off his beat a little bit. Phillips landed a couple of good jabs going through the middle, looked strong. It's a real pick-up fight, this one.
Haslam supporters in loud voice, I'm sure you can hear them behind us. Here's some of the highlights from that first round.
Good exchanges. See that jab bang right through from Phillips. Nice elbow.
5 elbows in a row.
When you look at Haslam and the way he is, the way he holds his left hand, it doesn't allow him to throw that jab. He just touches with the jab. He just touches and then he'll throw the right hand and then maybe throw the left hook. He's got to be really careful because Phillips is like kind of straight shots. If he touches too much with that left hand, he might counter the right hand over the top and catch him. He's got to be really careful of that because he's standing right in front of him. He is quite static when he's doing it. Just something to watch out for, I think, from Haslam.
I found out yesterday as well that Haslam's actually a school teacher.
Yeah, I said last time it was all sort of jokes of like saying, all his pupils do as they're told and stuff like that, don't they? He only has to tell them once.
Because he was actually teaching yesterday, so he couldn't weigh in until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so he was like on weight all day.
Wow.
Must have been horrible, that.
I bet he shouted at a few kids yesterday, didn't he? There's about 25 kids in detention. I think a faster pace suits Haslam.
Nice from Phillips though.
Nice. Plants his feet well, throws his shots hard. Well balanced.
I like what I like about Phillips is like he throws his shots with intention. He's not just trying to tap you, he's trying to hurt you when he hits you.
Shot, yeah. The only thing is he's waiting a bit too long. He's just waiting a bit too long to throw his shots. It's like a little bit of my goal, your goal, and Haslam's not playing that game. He's got to really push the pace, Phillips. He's got to get on it. Stamp his authority.
Nice leg kick. Haslam slamming in the leg kicks as well, throwing it with intention.
He's got to watch that left hand. He's just touching. He's leaving it out there so long. I'm surprised Phillips hasn't countered the right hand as of yet.
Nice body kick. probably one of the slower paced fights we've had so far this evening, isn't it?
It's not quite caught fire, has it? It's threatening. No, maybe it is as well with both fighters. You know, one's got a massive weight cut and the other one's been out the ring a long time. Maybe they're a bit resistant to go right in and change gear just yet. Maybe they should have waited a little bit longer.
Yeah.
You don't want to run out of gas, you know.
That flurry of combination from Haslam draws a big cheer from the crowd.
I tell you what though, if you didn't know, you wouldn't know he's been out the ring so long, would you?
No, he looks quite fresh. I think when Haslam body kicks Phillips, he's got to try and answer those back with a body kick himself.
Yeah, straight away. He's looking for the perfect opportunity and he's not going to get it. He's got to force his own pace.
Because when you fight guys from Majestic and they body kick you, if you're not answering back, they're just going to keep body kicking you all night.
You've got to get on them. You've got to get on them. As we saw with Stockton before, you know, they're well adept at doing everything. Fight going forwards and going backwards. You've got to push them back. You've got to push them back onto the ropes and hit them with shots that's going to keep them off. And at the moment, Phillips isn't doing that. He's sort of working in spits and sparks and he's not really putting his own stamp on the fight. He's got to do that in the next round, otherwise Adam's just going to get into a rhythm, like we said before, and run away with the fight.
I think to beat Haslam, you've got to take the pace. You've got to take it to him and fight at your pace. Don't let him kind of pick his shots slow, methodical.
You've got to give him something to think about. You've got to hurt him, and Phillips is trying to do that right now. He is. When he throws his shots, he's sitting down and he's stalling and he throws some beautiful combinations. But He's got to make him uncomfortable, and at the moment hasn't got uncomfortable.
Phillips in 1999, Tyro Donning, that makes me feel really old.
Oh my God, that's not how old, that's not his year of his birth, is it?
It must be, surely.
Oh God. I hate stuff like that.
I know, I feel old now.
I think, honest to God, I've still got a pair of jeans.
Older than him.
That are a little bit older than him, you know, I'm sure.
Final instructions being given to the fighters in the corners. In comes Steve Zoom to call them in.
Round 3.
Nice combination. Well answered back from Phillips though. That's what he's got to do. When Haslam throws, he's got to throw back straight away.
Break his rhythm, push him back.
Nice. Well answered back again.
He's just waiting a bit too long though. He's looking now. He's looking.
Oh, big right hand, dropped him. Going to be an 8 count for Phillips. I don't think he's particularly hurt. I think he's more of a flash knockdown, don't you? Nice body shot from Haslam. He senses, smells bloody.
Good combination. Doesn't want to get involved too heavily. Needs to show a bit of patience here. Looking fantastic this round, Haslam.
He is. He's really turned up the gas this round.
Great variety. Looks like he's enjoying himself.
He is. I think he's just enjoying it more than anything, just to be back in there after all this time.
Yeah. You know, the benefit of a good camp as well. And
having fun in there.
Yeah. You can see him trying different things now. He's looking at different angles, stepping across. He's got to be careful.
Very nice. Nice left up from Phillips.
answers back all the time.
He does. Seems to have an answer for everything Phillips is throwing there at the moment.
He's starting and finishing every single exchange he starts and he finishes. Whereas in between, he's in control of the fight.
It's going to be massively favourable for the judges, isn't it?
Massively. Phillips looks like he's running out of ideas a little bit to me. He's looking a little bit like, you know, he's gone a bit into defensive mode. Them leg kicks are starting to take the toll.
It's wearing him down, isn't it?
Yeah, he just doesn't know what's coming from next. Because Haslam's got a good variety. He's starting things with different things. He's, you know, lead right hands, starting with a jab, kicking and then punching. He's keeping him guessing.
Really good round for Adam Haslam there.
Superb that. As I say, you wouldn't know he'd been out of the ring so long. You wouldn't know.
What do you think Phillips has got to do here to get himself back into this?
I think he's got to fight. He's, you know, as long as it's a bit of a cliche in the sense of like the simple word, but I think he's got to bite down his gum shield and he's got to march forward and he's got to land something notable. He's got to hurt Haslam and he's got to make Haslam think, you know, stop, think and step back.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. Unfortunately, you know, it comes a time in any fight, you know, when you're up against it, you have to bite down your gum shield and you have to fight. And this is the time for Phillips now. You can see here, he's just off the beat in these replays. You can see Haslam starting everything and finishing everything, looking super sharp. He's having fun, he's trying different things, he's switching angles. You see there then, he just hit the jab and then moves to the left.
I think Haslam's well ahead here on the scorecards, don't you?
Yeah, because of the knockdown as well. And it showed his experience there as well, because even after the knockdown, he didn't go crazy, like trying to look for daft shots and trying to catch him again. He was patient.
Yeah.
He was patient.
I think he knew that he wasn't massively hurt, though.
Yeah.
He looks good, though, Haslam. I'm impressed with him.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's showing some nice feints as well. He's feinting and then moving to the side, moving to his left, and throwing them shots. Really, really impressive so far.
Seconds out. Round 4.
Start at round 4.
I think one of these fights as well is like, if you're Haslam, you don't kind of get tired of if you're landing well, you don't get tired. You get more confident as you go along.
Yeah, 100%.
Phillips has got to bite down now and go for it.
Nice elbow punch.
See, that's what he's got to do. He's just got to make him stop and think for a moment.
Nice left hook. I feel like Phillips is second guessing himself a bit as well.
I mean, yeah, you don't know. He might have been stunned a couple of times in there. You know, he was with the knockdown, so he might just be a little bit hesitant to go for broke. I didn't go back to that big weight cut as well. That's not good. You can't get into these types of fights where this is a grueling pace. It's a tough pace against a good opponent like Haslam, and you've got to be. You can't be cutting 20 kilos to get down to the weight and expect to perform.
Yeah. I think he did it over like the course of 12 weeks, but it's still a lot to lose.
Still 20 kilos is a lot to lose, because then it's not a fight camp, it's a weight loss camp. That's what it is, isn't it? Yeah. It's a weight loss camp. You're further on the scales.
Haslam goes with a sweep. Exchanging elbows in the clinch. Big elbow from Haslam.
Nicely turned. Really starting to showcase stuff now, isn't he, Haslam?
He's got to be careful there. He went for a sweep and got caught with a right hook.
Yeah. Oh, he's still live in there. He's still got to be careful, Phillips. He will.
the first round, he was letting his hands go, Phillips. He's kind of stopped doing that, hasn't he?
Yeah, you can see the frustration in his corner as well. His corner are waving him on and saying, come on, come forward, come forward. You know, go for broke a little bit. I just think that Aslan just keeping him out, you know, keeping him off. Every time he comes into the range, he throws something.
Yeah, he does. 30 seconds left in round 4. It's been a great showing from Adel Haslam so far. Phillips probably needs a stoppage in the next round, to be honest.
I think, yeah, for sure.
Heading that way, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he did this round to the last round, to be honest. I think this final round, I think Aslan's got to show his experience. He's got to show his experience and keep a cool head, stay out of trouble.
Aslam's fans getting rowdy behind us.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. There's going to be some sore heads there in the morning, I think, isn't there? Never mind in the fight.
Here's that last round,
yeah,
some action from it.
Nice variety, really, really nice and slick. Constantly feints. He's just shut Phillips down with what he's done in this fight. You know, he's just shut him down and not allowed him to you know, plant his feet and throw his shots. Because like you said, we saw it in the first round where he threw a couple of nice combinations and you thought, okay, this is going to get interesting. But since then, Aslan's just been a shutout. It's been a shutout.
Yeah,
every time he's moved, every time he's looked to shape up to throw shots, Aslan's been on him. Little jab, little kick, step to the side. Kept him busy, kept him honest.
Round 5.
Here we go then, final round of the fight. Conor Phillips got it all to do.
He has got to go for broke this round, I think.
He'll know where he's at though. His corner will be telling him what he's got to do in this round, surely.
Just with the body language of Jack Kennedy, you can see there, like, you know, go for it. That's it, you've got no choice. It's not close on the scorecard, so. Aslam's really cute with his range as well. He's just in far enough, tiny little subtle steps, you know, just in, you know, far enough to land on you, and then far enough out so you can't land on him.
He's mastered his range quite well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got really good footwork.
Well, we're getting by Haslam.
Yeah.
Beating him not enough, he wants to make sure he can't have kids as well.
Making sure.
Nice body kick from Haslam. There's just been too much of this in the fight where he's caught him and Phillips is taking ages to answer back.
Yeah, he's just not in range. He's just not there. He's not been quick enough with his feet. When you fight someone like Aslan, you've got to work very hard. This is it's no secret.
Yeah.
You've got to work hard. You've got to cut him off, push him back, throw shots, and be prepared to get hit as well.
Yeah. Here we go, last minute of the fight. Great combination from Haslam. I think classy is the word I'd use to describe it. Been a classy performance.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah. Well, very well. Very well very well balanced performance. Not got too carried away. Stuck to the game plan. It's looked fantastic. I just hope it's not another 2.5 years before we see him again.
Phillips is corner telling to dive on him here. 20 seconds left. Needs to go for broke. Haslam just needs to keep moving here.
Superb. Superb performance of the night so far, that for me, brilliant.
Great performance from Adam Haslam.
Superb.
He goes and salutes his supporters. Very good performance. Commiserations to Phillips. Just didn't really have an answer for what Haslam was throwing, did he?
He just never got going, did he? He was never allowed. Never allowed to put his own stamp on that fight. Nice low kick, heavy, goes again, stops. And again, that was the story of the fight, wasn't it? He'd start, Phillips would try and come back, and he'd stop Phillips and then go again. That was the story of the fight all over. You know, his experience to Phillips, if anything else as well. He can look back on this fight and watch
Ladies and gentlemen, after
and understand himself then it's time to fight, it's time to bite down the gum shield, it's time to push forward and go for broke, you know?
Yeah, 100%. So let's hear it for your winner. In the red corner, Adam Haslam!
Well done to Haslam, commiserations to Phillips.
And let's hear it for our runner-up, Connor Phillips!
I'm sure there's still a lot to come from Phillips.
For sure.
I mean, he's born in 1999, so he's still young.
Well, yeah.
Now we're moving on to the first of the WBC title fights, the British title fight. Mike Eslick versus Gareth Mitchell.
Is it Mike or is it Mick? How do you think it was a spelling?
Pretty sure it's Mike.
Is it Mike Eslick? I've never seen Mike spelled like before me.
No, I've not. Mike Eslick from Adam Haslam's previous gym, GFC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to bout number 5 of the main card here on Super Showdown. Presenting to you the WBC British title bout. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the blue corner, representing Sid Mung Thai Gym, Gareth Mitchell.
black through the woods with a backpack and a lit match. Spark one time, get the whole city looking like a dark shade of orange when I'm burning it down. What it is, what it do, whole clique getting live on the talk of the town. Like the city had a mouth and it would've shut up. On a hunt for a crown and I get it, I'm burning cause nobody in the game right now even deserve it. What I need to cry for anyway, I should have handled the way that I made a penny turn to gold. And a penny for your thoughts, I bet a penny for your soul. You know you want the riches and the money and the fancy, take a bite of the fruit if you choose. Let the juice drip down, let it wait to a pie for the gold. And a house up on the lake, 10 holes on the grapes, new clothes and a row full of chains and a limit in the garage. Looking like it's zoom in here, whole crew in here. What it do in here? Think I lost my mind. You screw in here, then I walk out inside. And everybody looking at me when I get along in my sights. Picking them off, picking them out, looking like daylight in the night. And looking at so many if they really wanna get involved. And everybody falling for the deep in and out. We're rising this. It's like a rise and take a bite, it's nice and I have a nice time with it. By the time that it finds the way to the right side, it hit, not even a high.
Making his way to the ring, Gareth Mitchell.
Tell me what's been getting into you, envy will kill you. She said I'm a gentleman, and I'm in a line.
Just fought against my very good friend Anton Austin.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof and welcome into the ring his opponent this evening. Fighting out of the red corner and representing GFC Gym, Mick Esley.
Finally, a proper entrance tune.
Here comes Eslick from GFC Gym. Very experienced fighter, very experienced coach as well, Daz Phillips.
Yeah, a good gym, GFC, and again in the blue corner, great gym.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute
Tommy Young's
rounds
gym with
and will be
Spencer there
contested
and
on the full
Brian
Muay
Totti.
Thai rules in the
got a good gym there,
61.2 kilogram division. And it's for the vacant WBC British title. Over to your referee.
Steve Broom in charge of the action.
So these are the main events now, the WBC titles. First one, the WBC British title, 61.2 kilograms.
Who are you favouring in this one, Eslick?
Yeah, I've trained with Mike before. Obviously, I'm a former GFC fighter. Always loyal to the old gym, obviously, but I'm looking for this is potentially going to be one of the fights of the night. They're both good lads.
Round one.
I know Gareth's been across over in Belfast training with Noel McGreevy and Garrett Smiley at Lanka Muay Thai.
Yeah, good gym. I know in the past Eslick's been a bit disheartened with not getting many opportunities, getting big fights and stuff.
Yeah, he's been fighting a long time. He's dedicated, but now he's got his title shot.
Yeah,
he's a regular here on Super Showdown.
he always seems to be in shape as well, Eslick.
Yeah, he's always fit as a butcher's dog, Mike. Both looking sharp and strong here.
Gareth Mitchell looks a lot heavier, doesn't he?
He does. He's a lot taller, isn't he?
A lot thicker set as well. out. Nice from Mike Kessler there with a sweep.
That's nice.
Good exchange that.
Mick Exley using some smart pressure there.
Big slapping body kick there.
Gareth using the T-roll there. Gareth landed a good body shot.
Quite back and forth, isn't it?
That was a nice right straight. It's a good pace for the first round.
Yeah. Kessler gets dropped there. I think he was just off balance. He's going to give him an 8 count.
Connected with a shot there. I didn't see what it was. Was it a hook or an elbow?
I think it was a hook. Was it an elbow? It's unfortunate for wrestling there right at the end of the round.
Still early doors, time to pull that back.
I think that's an important thing to convey, the corner to convey to them that, you know, you've still got a long way to go. Don't start chasing the fight now.
Yeah.
Just take your time.
Exactly, yeah, but also let them know that you're still 2 points down.
Yeah. Here we go.
Not around behind.
This it here. I'll start the round. Nice leg kicks from Eslick. That was a good exchange.
Yeah, he caught the kick well.
Just waiting to see what happened there with this knockdown. I think it was just after this, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's that right straight.
I don't know what that was.
Oh, it's a right straight. Okay. Little solid short right.
Interesting first round.
Round 2.
Eslick putting the pressure on early. I think it's going to be quite a score-heavy fight. Lots of body kicks.
Yeah, I think it needs to work its way in a little bit, use them feints. That's a nice double low kick. That's nice, good scores. Well held up from Gareth though. Strong, good balance.
That was a good flow for Eslick there. Working hard, Eslick here. Gareth Mitchell's just fighting well off the back foot though.
That's a nice straight knee.
Falls with the high kick there. Eslick's trying to get about him here.
timed. That was well timed. I was just going to say, I think Mick might have a little bit more success if you like waiting for Gareth to throw and counter.
Yeah. Gotta say, it looks like Mitchell is a lot heavier. Like, it looks like he's put on a lot more weight after the weigh-in.
Yeah, he definitely looks a bit bigger than yesterday, doesn't he? But they both made the same weight, so...
Yeah. Better round for Eslick.
Yeah, good round. So it'll probably be Gareth slightly ahead there after the knockdown in the first round.
Yeah. Eslick did the right thing there though. After the knockdown, he didn't go and try and chase it too much in the second round.
Yeah.
Here's some of the action from the second round. Some good stuff thrown by Eslick there, some good combinations. Aggressive.
Yeah, he's strong though, Gareth. Still, well, that was a nice kick though. Well timed.
What do you think Darren Phillips will be telling Eslick?
I think from what I just saw, he'll be sort of telling him to use smart pressure, then when he's backing off, you know, backward steps and then counter from there, sort of thing.
He has to get in a bit closer, Eslick, because it looks like Mitchell's got a lot longer reach than him.
Yeah, he's been getting inside all right, Mick, hasn't he? I think he did a few more feints, a few more little changes angles a little bit rather than just standing in front of him.
Second down, round 3.
Looks like Mitchell wants to get on the front foot more here.
Yeah, his corner told him obviously to capitalise on the lead.
Do you think fighters can fall victim to that sometimes, getting an 8 count early on and then just sitting back and trying to protect your lead almost, but then just runs away from you a bit?
I think it's horses for courses, and everybody's different. Everybody has their own different way of dealing with things. Gareth's timing his shots well, you know, just as Mick's about to land, he's just sort of stopping him.
Yeah. Eslick's having to work hard to get his shots off. Nice teep from Mitchell. Nice combination there from Eslick.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I think it might just close that range a little bit and focus on that box and the knee a bit more. Although Gareth obviously up at SIP 1 Thai gym with Brian Totti and The lads today, they like the clinch, don't they?
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, Eslick's done well to like get in there, but not end up in clinch.
Yeah.
Nice leg kicks.
Yeah, he blocked it well, like Gareth. That's a nice counter from Nick.
30 seconds left there in round 3. Quite a back and forth round.
That was close.
Hard to score that round, I think.
I mean, apart from the first round with a knockdown, it's pretty even,
Yeah.
as far as I can see.
Good matchup.
Yeah. And Gareth's not fought for 3 years, I think he said yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, 2019.
2019, yeah. He's not looking so rusty. He's looking
No,
pretty good
not at
for
all.
3 years old.
Here's the action from the last round.
So he's getting through with a box, and I think if he follows that with knees, the kicks don't seem to be working quite so well. He's seeing them come in. Box and knee.
Eslick ready to go again.
Round 4.
So here we go, 2 rounds to go. Mike needs a good round now, I think. That's better movement from Mick. Changing the angles.
Yeah, stepping sideways. Nice answer back there from Mitchell.
Yeah, I think if he closes that range, that boxing range, they'll take Gareth's kicks out of it.
Nice score there. Great counter. They're both timing the shots quite well, aren't they, on the counter?
Yeah, but we're going to round 4 now with an 8 count. I think Mike needs to really start thinking about chasing that a bit more, trying to look for a bit of an 8 count or a stoppage.
Yeah, I think Mitchell's still ahead on the scorecards.
That's better work. That seems better now. Oh, should keep that pressure on, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking that, then he just started stepping back.
I think that, you know, from what the corner just said about on the back foot, letting him walk on stuff.
Nice from Eslick there.
Yeah, he's working well now. Oh! Spoke too soon. That was a nice elbow from Nick, though.
Tell you what, without the 8 count, this will be a very hard fight to call, I think.
Well, I think Eslick's coming back into it now.
45 seconds left in round 4. The first of our WBC title fights. This one, the British title.
So it can't be a draw, so the judges will have to give it to somebody. Either way.
Nice body kick from Eslick.
Leg.
Thrasher calling out for Eslick there, what to do.
Take his stake his standing leg out. Can't help myself sometimes.
End of round 4. Another close round again. Maybe edged by Eslick there.
Yeah, I think
the aggressor.
Eslick would have took that round.
For those who are just joining us, I'm Dan Saunders from the Last Round podcast. On co-commentary with me is Andy Thrasher. You all know who he is. Here's the action from the last round.
Gareth's had a couple of that teep there and the knockdown in the first round, but I think Eslick's actually shown a little bit more effect with his shots. You know, he's pushing him back. Gareth's looking a little bit more tired of the two.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see this last round now.
Yeah, I think Eslick's got to win this round for sure.
Yeah, I think he's drawing at the moment, or Eslick's slightly ahead. Just with the stuff has been pushing forward.
Round 5.
Nice.
Water flying
That's
everywhere with all these
lovely.
punches. Nice counter there from Eslick. Straight left. Nice exchanges there, body kick for body kick.
There.
No one's giving an inch here. This is what you want to see in a WBC title fight. You want to see them going back and forth in the final round, giving everything they've got.
I think Gareth dragged his foot on the canvas there. Couldn't let that kick along.
Nice from Eslick.
Good score from Nick. This is looking better for Eslick now.
I felt like this could be one of the fights that could easily end up as like a split decision on the judges' scorecards.
They're very well matched, aren't they? I think Eslick looking the freshness at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice elbow.
that's a big score,
Big score
taking the
as
back
well.
there. Now Gareth's going forward, he knows he has to work.
Yeah, final minute of the round, of the bout actually. Can have a counter shouting last minute as well.
Mick looking for that elbow. Oh, great score there. He's taking it now, I reckon.
I know what this would mean to Eslick if he wins it. He's been dying for this kind of opportunity.
Yeah, he works hard, he trains hard, he's always eager to learn. He's a family man, he works hard as well full time. Oh, nice boxing. Oh,
comes into the ground.
A bit of a back extension, hyper-extension.
Eslick's definitely won this round comfortably, I think.
Yeah,
Very good ending to it.
I'd say he's taken the fight there. Great performance from Gareth, from both guys.
Be interesting to see how the judges saw it. Here's the action from that last round.
Yeah, some nice body kicks. But again, I think the boxing and them angles changes with the telling techniques.
Well done to both fighters. They both gave a great account of themselves.
Yeah, then a couple of little trips and turns in the clinch.
Eslick's corner's looking the more happier. Eslick saying it's got to be mine. I've just heard him say the silent boxing.
Well, Darren Phillips is a referee and judge. He's very knowledgeable, so I think he knows the scoring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 sensational rounds of Muay Thai action, your ringside judges have reached a split decision.
I thought it was going to be a split decision.
So please put your hands together for the new WBC British champion in the blue corner,
Mitchell wins it.
Mitchell!
Cassidy looks distraught.
And let's hear it from
congratulations to Gareth Mitchell. That 8 count in the first round made all the difference in the end. The new WBC British champion. Commiserations to Mike Eslick. Great respect from both fighters there.
Well, I was pretty convinced Eslick had that then.
I think the 8 count in the first round played all the difference, didn't it?
Obviously, you can't normally win in the last round, but I thought he'd done enough before.
There it is, the WBC
Congratulations to Gareth, though, for interesting done.
Green belt in all its glory. Once again, commiserations to Mike. He fought a great, very close fight.
this bout is for the WBC European title. So, ladies and gentlemen, please first welcome into the blue corner, representing Dimcot Gym in Spain, Jose. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof. And welcoming into the ring his opponent this evening. Fighting out of the red corner and representing Two Brothers Gym, Joe Ryan.
Here comes Joe Ryan to the ring now. His opponent, Jose Hita, already in the ring from Dimcot Muay Thai in Spain. Joe Ryan, an excellent prospect.
Yeah, he just seems to get better every fight, doesn't he?
Already fighting for the European title at such a young age. Taking that 70 kg division by storm, isn't it? Or 72, sorry.
Yeah, and he's still growing. I was chatting to him earlier, asking him what sort of weight do you think he'll end up at. And I think maybe the 76 kilo he was talking about.
Really?
Obviously, he's still only 18. He's still going to be growing until he's about 22, 25.
I feel like when someone like comes over from like a European comes over and you don't know that much about them, there's always a danger that you kind of underestimate them a bit.
Yeah, well, we spoke to Joe yesterday, and he said he's a little. He knows from his seen some of his fights. He knows what to expect. He knows Dimcot Gym are a good gym.
Here he comes then. Joe Ryan. Dad Carl Ryan in his corner, his head coach. Been fighting from a very young age.
Yeah, I was talking to Carl yesterday about he's had the gym now, Two Brothers, for about 10 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and will be contested under full Muay Thai rules in the 72.5 kilogram division. And is for the vacant WBC European title. Over to your referee.
I know Joe Ryan will definitely be the favourite for this fight. Steve Broom once again as the referee. I'm Dan Saunders, Last Round Podcast, joining me Andy Thrasher, Mr. Athlon Rub.
Round 1.
Fast body kick to start from Joe Ryan. Puts a lot into his shots, Joe Ryan. A lot of venom in them.
Yeah, he's strong, he's been down. sparring at a few different gyms with the...
Nice head kick there from Jose. We know what to expect from Dimcott Gym. You know they're going to come and fight. Some great fighters on their roster. We've seen some of them today already. Nice teeps from Joe Ryan.
Yeah, he's putting some real sting in them teeps. Oh, that was a bit out of range though.
Nice body kick. Nice exchange.
Yeah, beautiful technique.
Nice dunk from Joe Ryan. He just seems to be excelling and maturing every fight, Joe Ryan, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he's dedicated. He's been doing it for so long. All his family are in the gym.
Yeah. Big stable of fighters at Two Brothers Gym as well. Great counter.
Nice feints there.
Yeah, very nice. Sweep of his own, Jose.
Nice switch knee.
Again from Joe Ryan. Good first round.
Yes. Lovely technique from both fighters there. The better technique's coming from Joe though.
Seconds out, round 2.
In we go to the second round then. So we had technical difficulties with our monitor. We're trying to get it sorted. It's back now. Good first round from both fighters, I think. Nice left hook there from Jose. Good 1-2. Again, good 1-2. They're both countering well, aren't they?
Yeah, he looks strong with the boxing now, Jose. I'm just looking at his arm. His right arm's pretty marked up there.
Good teeps, just pushing him back, keeping him guessing.
And I wonder how the accumulative effect of those teeps and knees to the body might go later on. Bit of claret there, was that from Joe?
Joe's nose, yeah, Joe Ryan's nose. Good knees. Now they miss with the head kick. Looks leaking out that nose now. Although he's catching those body kicks, that'll still hurt, won't it?
Say again, sorry?
Although Hitter's catching Joe Ryan's body kicks, they'll either still be hurting, he's slamming them in.
Yeah, he's not exactly taking a step to take the sting out, is he, so?
See the marking on Hitter's body.
Oh, that elbow landed clean. He seems to be slowing a little bit as well, Hitter here.
So go back and nice.
That was nice
sweep
timing.
from Joe Ryan, good timing.
There's a cut there on Hitter's forehead and the hairline.
It's an exciting fight this so far, it's back and forth.
Good. Almost looks as if Joe wants to catch a kick.
I know, he's caught a lot of the kicks. You can see the reddening there where them kicks are getting through.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice corned beef texture later on.
Nice elbow.
Oh, he counters it lovely with a little sweep.
Nice hands from Hitter. This is an exciting fight.
Yeah, that's a good round.
Both fighters putting venom in their shots, which is good to see. They're not tippy-tapping. Here's the action from the last round. Speaking of last round, if you want to hear interviews behind the scenes from the fighters that are fighting today, follow Last Round Podcast on Instagram.
That was a smooth little segue, Dan.
Not my first rodeo. I used that segue before, that's why. Nice sweep there from Joe Ryan on the replay. He's got a very composed style, hasn't he, Joe Ryan? He just kind of bounces around.
Yeah, he looks very loose and fluid, doesn't he? Good techniques. He's been caught with a couple of boxing shots, though. He needs to just watch for them, I think. Jose hits pretty hard. Jose, heavy hitter.
Yeah. See what you did there. That mark on Hitter's body looks vile. Don't like it's phasing him though. It'll be very, very sore tomorrow. That slip there from Joe Ryan. Nice hands. Hitter answers back well. Joe Ryan comes back with an elbow and a high kick. Slapping body body kick again in that same spot.
I think we might see a feint right kick and then an elbow stoppage.
Calling it. Nice hands again from Hita. Been now fast-paced this fight, hasn't it?
Yes. It's the third round.
Nice 5 right hands in a row from Joe Ryan, and then a sweep. Hitter's leaking out of the eyebrow on his left eyebrow. I can't get my words out.
Yeah, it's a little scratch, nothing too serious.
Yeah, nothing too bad. I've seen worse. Steve Broom breaks him up. 1 minute 30 left in round 3. Nice kick to the face from Joe Ryan. Right high kick.
He's unloading now.
Teep to the face. Throwing a kitchen sink at him there.
Last minute of round 3. Nice teep there from Jose.
I think there's another cut on his forehead now.
I think that was the previous one in his hairline.
Oh, right.
Well recovered from a hitter.
Yeah, very well. It's a high octane fight, this. Some heavy shots being thrown. He's caught a lot of kicks, Hitter, hasn't he? Downward elbow there from Joe Ryan. Slapping body kick again.
Nice little head movement there to slip that punch.
Good round for Joe Ryan there. Crowd are on their feet cheering him. A lot of people supporting Joe Ryan here. But developed a big fan base over the years.
Yeah, Gavin Serrett just saying there though, Jose Hitter in the blue corner, very tough, he's taking some serious shots. Still there, 2 rounds to go.
It's almost like Joe Ryan wants him to catch the kicks, isn't it?
That's what I'm thinking about, is he setting up something else after it? Only because I've been caught with that same technique before.
Here's the action from round 3. And there was a lot of it. Lovely teep to the face and elbow there. Another elbow to follow.
I think that flurry from Joe just before the last minute of that round just kind of pushed him way ahead there.
Yeah. Definitely.
He's working his way in, using little disturbing techniques on the way in. Classic performance from Mr. Ryan.
WBC European title on the line.
Yes. So I think was Joe just out the IFMAs?
Yeah, that's right,
IFMAs, yeah. And then before that he fought on the Science of 8 show in Liverpool and beat Chris Shaw from Scotland, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he's had some great success this year already. His WBC title, a nice little addition.
Definitely. I'm sure he'll be aiming for the world after that, or international. Nice right hand there from Hitter. Body kick back to the exact same spot. It's not even red anymore, that is turned purple.
Yeah, it's...
Nice step in elbow.
Hitter still scoring back though.
Yeah.
Not enough, I don't think, but he's still scoring.
Joe Ryan with 5 teeps in a row there.
That was a nice little slip and counter.
Uppercut left hook, very nice. Body kick back to the same spot.
Oh, beautiful strong knee.
Looking for that high kick, knock so many people out. Joe looking for a spinning elbow. Catches him with a downward one.
Hitter just walked through it though.
Yeah. He's taking it in, he's taking every shot and keep walking forward.
Yeah.
Game as they come.
Like I say, Dimcott Gym is a good gym over in Spain.
Very good.
They're not come over here to just be walked over, have they?
No. We saw that with Pedro Ruiz against Ryan Stockley earlier.
Oh, well, I actually missed that one. That was a stoppage, was it? Knockout?
Yeah, stoppage, yeah. Brutal. Nice teep to the face from Joe Ryan.
Was that his tooth just come out?
Looks like his tooth just came out on the floor.
Might be a bit of Vaseline. We'll see if Steve stands on it, if it squashes.
Hitter still very much in this fight though.
That was a nice body kick from him though.
Nearing the end of round 4 here.
Superb action.
The problem what Hitter is, he's catching these right kicks, but he's doing nothing afterwards. He's not trying to swing him round and answer anything back. He's just standing there holding it and getting punched in the face in return.
I think Cyan Boxing spotted that now, Vaseline, yeah.
No, it's not a tooth according to Steve Brew. No one's lost a tooth. Here's the action from the last round.
Oh, a bit of Vaseline on his head. See all the Vaseline on his head.
Joe Ryan's doing well, but Hitter's by no means out of this yet.
I was just going to say exactly the same. He can't rest too much.
Been showing good hand combinations. When he catches the leg, if he drags him towards him, it's going to set him off balance, or even if he swings his foot around when he catches the right kick.
Yeah.
He's kind of just standing there though.
Easier said than done though when you're catching somebody's kick if they're strong, got good balance.
Yeah.
Jump up and Karim in the corner there.
Seconds out.
And his dad, Carl Ryan.
Yeah. Tell him to go forward now, get the win.
Final round now of this WBC European title fight. Coming to you live from Super Showdown. Nice
that was a nice
kick.
left high.
Nice hands.
That's lovely little footwork and head movement from Joe.
If you watch Joe Ryan's left knee, it's always up, he's always bouncing it, he's always trying to set up a fake or set up a big shot. Everything's coming off this left knee fake. Here looks like he's gassed a bit here.
He's still pushing forward, he just took that elbow. Rushed in a little bit.
Nice from Joe Ryan, that caught him off balance and then went up top. He's very slick, Joe Ryan.
Yeah, he's landed them shots clean, those knees and teeps. Oh, that was a nice elbow. Split his head, has he? Split him again.
Jose's mouth guard came out. Joe Ryan's looking for a finish here. Team to the face.
Yeah, he's got the last minute to go for it. Hits is still throwing strong shots back himself.
Still walking forward. Just over 30 seconds left in this last round. Impressive performance from Joe Ryan.
Yeah, he's still throwing them shots.
Jumping his knee.
Oh.
Nice trip there.
That's a little touch. Right to the bell, this is going. Superb win.
The crowd goes wild.
That's a great win for Joe there.
Very impressive performance.
Showing his maturity. Not all good junior fighters make good adult fighters, do they? So it's 100%. It's nice to see Joe make that transition. There's not many that do it successfully. But I think I'm looking to, I expect big things from Joe in the future.
What's this? Only his third or fourth A-class fight. He's already fighting for a European title.
I think he's had a few more than 3 or 4 A-class fights.
A-class?
Yeah, he's fought in Thailand, hasn't he? I'm not sure. I'll have to check on that one. Have you interviewed him before about all that?
No. First time I interviewed him was yesterday.
Was it? I'm sure he's had more than 3 A-class. I'll have to. I won't say 100%. I'll double check on that one, Dan.
He's worked hard there for that victory, Joe.
Never mind the WBC belt. He wins a big bottle of Athlon rum.
Shameless plug there. I don't mind it.
Nothing shameless about that. No shame in my game.
World-class rounds of Muay Thai action. Your ringside judges have reached a unanimous decision. So let's hear it for your winner and the new WBC European Champion in the red corner, Joe Ryan!
Well-deserved victory there for Joe Ryan.
So the last one was a bit controversial, but there's no dispute in this decision.
The new WBC European title. Joe Ryan. Very well deserved. And he's going to keep getting better and better. He's still young in the adult game, still improving every fight. There it is, the European title. Beautiful.
Well-deserved win, not just for Joe, but his dad in the gym as well.
That was our second WBC title belt. We've got 2 more. The international title and another European title bout.
Yeah, Dan Bonner versus James Ogden for 79 kilo international title. And Scott Stewart from Skelmersdale Muay Thai against Ali McPherson from Hanneman for the WBC European title at 82.5.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for bout number 7 of the main card here at Super Showdown tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the WBC International title. So please welcome into the blue corner, representing Wicker Camp, James Ogden.
Very, very big tune. I was listening to this on the way here. Got a lot of time for this. James Ogden's got good taste.
This is a fight I've been looking forward to since the scene this was announced. And this is one of the fights I've been looking forward to all night. I think it's going to be great, really good.
Try my best not to sing along.
You make it rain, don't you?
Here he comes, James Ogden from Wicker Camp. Been fighting for years. He's like he's been around forever.
Yeah, he's one of them. I always say the same thing about him every time I see him. He doesn't fight enough. He should, he's such an entertaining fighter. He should be out more and more and more.
The top guy as well, isn't he?
Oh, he's a lovely guy.
Please welcome into the red corner, representing the majestic gym in Wigan, Dan Bonner.
Here he is, straight out, no messing about. Dan Bonner from Majestic Gym.
I think he's won the music.
Straight in the ring. Owns the gym alongside his brother as well in Warrington. Darren Phillips, your referee for this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and will be contested under full Muay Thai rules in the 79 kilogram division. And it's for the vacant WBC International title. Official referee for this contest, Darren Phillips.
Kyle Greaves there, wearing his bowling shoes.
He's had some stick for them shoes tonight, hasn't he? But thoroughly deserved, like.
Here it is then, the battle of the 2 bald gingers.
I know it's yeah. Dying breed. And that's why I like this fight so much, because they're both likeable guys.
Yeah,
both very good
likeable
fighters, but they're honest as well. But you see them in fights, they slug it out, these two. Whenever they fight, you see them and they slug it out. Ogden's last fight was crazy. It was a crazy fight. The same with Bonner as well.
I know he puts it down to losing to the weight cut, just draining him. His first fight back in a long time. Dan Bonner thinks he can capitalise on that. Once you've been stopped once, you get stopped again.
Do you know what? I must admit, last time I seen Dan Bonner fight, he looks bigger. He looks like he's filled out a bit more. He looks bigger in this fight.
Yeah. We normally fight at 76, don't we? This is at 79. So.
Yeah, he does look. He looks like he's thickened out really a lot. Interesting that he's on he's a lot of movement.
Big leg kick from Bonner there.
Nice heavy
slamming in leg kicks, isn't he?
Heavy.
I know if Bonner wins this, he's got his sights set on winning a world title after this. That's what he told me.
He's well capable.
I know he'd like to have a go at George Jarvis for his world title at 76 kg.
Yeah, I think he caused George Jarvis some problems just because of his size. He's good at weight cutting. He's a good weight cutter, Dan Bonner. He can get down into that weight, and I think it caused him some problems. Nice body shot. I like what Bonner's doing here. He's not getting involved in a fight straight away with Ogden, just like he did last time.
Just picking up bits and pieces,
yeah,
isn't he?
He's boxing, he's moving, he's using all his weapons.
It's a lot more tentative than the last fight, innit? That was just action, action, action. This is more slow and methodical.
He just went. I mean, I know Ogden's got other skills, but I think that his strength is that he sits in the middle of the ring. He tries to the centre of the ring and he'll fight you all day long. This is a little bit of a different start. And like we were saying before, Ogden's really got to push the pace now and go. He's got to go and try and find Bonner because Bonner's not playing his game.
Nice double up on the leg kick there. 20 seconds left in round one. Slip from Ogden there. Been an interesting first round.
Yeah, tactically. You know, tactically, that's the way Bonner needs to fight James Ogden, I think, because he's so strong, he can't get involved in it. It's a shootout, isn't it? You know, it is a shootout then with the big kicks and the big backhand that he's got. You know, Bonner, I would say, is probably more well-rounded, got more skill.
Yeah.
But we'll just see how this pans out, because at some point Ogden's got to go for him. You know, he's got to go and cut him down and go and try and find him.
Ogden from the same gym as my good pal Tommy McCormick.
See you later.
Yeah, Wicker Camp been going for, oh my God, so many years. Produced so many champions. It really give me age away if I started like dropping some names now.
I think it'd be quite hard to score that first round. Ogden was kind of coming forward, Bonner was picking a little shot here and there.
Yeah, I don't know, you know, maybe 6 of one and half a dozen of the other with both fighters really, but I think what's going to sort of swing this fight is Bonner's got a compulsion, like where he has to, at some point, he has to fight. He always does it. It's his greatest strength, it's his greatest weakness. He has to have a fight. He gets into a brawl, and if he can just withhold that urge,
Seconds
then
out.
you know, could make it difficult for Ogden.
think Ogden's looking a lot better at the weight, isn't he, this time round?
Yeah, he does. He looks cut. Looks more mobile than last time I seen him.
Doubling up on that leg kick again.
And it is telling, you know, Ogden was in a real tough fight last time out as well. Real barn burner.
Yeah. He looks a lot fitter now, a lot more in the gas tank, it looks like.
Yeah.
Well done there, getting away.
Nice, that.
Good right hand. Seems to have a game plan for Ogden, doesn't he? For Bonner, sorry.
Yeah, you can see, can't you? He's fighting this tactically, a lot of movement. He learned from the first fight, you can see. I think in the first fight, though, I think Ogden took him by surprise, you know. I think he did. I think he took him really by surprise. I think he might have even underestimated him a little bit, not through being a lack of a professional, but just as you do. Sometimes it's a mistake you make.
Double up on that leg kick again. That must be a plan of his.
It's starting to take its toll. You can see it reddening up there. Every time he throws that inside leg, he counters back with the leg kick.
I think his corner will be telling him to stick on that leg.
Yeah. Well
Ogden
timed.
acknowledges it.
Yeah, well timed that was. He's busy, Dan Bonner, isn't he? He's very busy. He's picking away.
He's always moving.
His output's really high.
Ogden just wants to walk him down here, doesn't he? He just keeps trying to cut him off.
He's like, you can see he's like in between cutting him off and following him at times as well. He's not cutting him off. Cut him across then, but he's not. He's just following at the moment.
You've got to say he's controlling the wing well Ogden, isn't he?
Yeah. This fight might come down to who's the fittest.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a high pace. This not so much heavy shots, but
just constant movement.
Yeah. You know, it might come down to who's got what in the legs.
The leg, yeah. He needs a stick on that leg, James Ogden. Just keep setting stuff up with them with the leg kicks. I think being the aggressor might play into Ogden's hands in that round.
Yeah. But you know, that's obviously Bonner set out his game plan there, and Ogden's responded in that round. He has got to push the pace, he's got to be aggressive, come forward, cut him off, bang them legs like he's doing, and the opportunities will come up, you know.
Just got lost there staring at the ring girl, I won't lie.
Control yourself, young man.
Got lost in the sauce.
Here we go, the replay. He is Ogden is landing stuff, but he just looks like just a little bit half a step out at times. Like there, he landed that kick, but not full-blooded like he usually does. You know, Bonner's just keeping him at bay. Little inside legs, little jabs, little kicks. That was good.
Honestly, I thought that Dan Bonner would be the aggressor in this fight.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing I was saying before, is that sometimes he can't help himself. I just think he likes to have a fight. And they both do, which is why when I seen it on the card, I thought, this is going to be, you automatically know it's going to be a good fight, because they both like to have a fight. No, they don't really hide what they do. But Dan Bonner's showing different skills here.
high kick there. Slip again from Ogden.
There's been a lot of slipping tonight.
I know. Slip again.
That was nice.
Bonner's come to fight a bit more here. More aggressive.
It's if Bonner gets caught, then it kind of switches him to it, you know what I mean? They're like, see, like now, see that big swinging left hook there. He wants to give it you back all the time. And that plays into Ogden's hands a little bit. Nice body kick. Much different from the first fight.
Yeah. Nice counter there from Ogden. Just on that leg all the time.
Bonner's not. Bonner's powerful, and when he's throwing that left leg, it's just detonating harmlessly on Ogden. I think he's still got to give him something. You know, he's got to plant his feet a little bit every now and then and give Ogden something to really think about.
I think Ogden's done well at answering back everything that Dan Bonner's thrown here in this round.
Yeah.
He's putting like a kick on the end of everything. Almost playing a majestic fighter at their own game.
He's busy, isn't he? He's much busier this round with his shot.
.40 seconds left in the third round here of this international title fight between Dan Bonner and James Ogden. I think this has been the best round of the fight for Ogden so far.
Yeah. Yeah, he's worked very hard this round.
I think we'll learn a lot from how he recovers after this round about putting a lot into it.
Yeah.
But he looks a lot fitter than his last fight. I think by this point, like in his last fight, he was already gassed.
But I think the last fight was just such a. I think it was a heavier weight for one, and I think also as well that last fight was just insane. It wasn't. I don't think they even kicked each other. I think they just basically
hands.
Yeah, banged 7 shades out of each other, and that was the way it was. They fought each other like they owed each other money. That was how it was. But this one's a bit more. This fight's a bit more nuanced, a bit more.
Yeah, 100%.
A bit more technical, you know. And both men want to win it. Bonner's doing a good job staying out of range of all the big stuff from Ogden, you know, he is. But
he's worked really hard, Ogden. He's just constantly moving forward, trying to cut him off, trying to step in his way.
Yeah, I think he was smart enough to realise after the first round what Bonner's game plan was, and he reacted to it really quickly. Sometimes, if you don't react quick enough, those fights can run away from you. Before you know it, you're behind. You know, you're 3 or 4 rounds down, aren't you?
Yeah. Dan Bonner straight back out, ready to go. Not Dan Bonner, sorry. Getting mixed up, yeah.
Getting mixed up. They do look a bit alike, don't they?
Round 4.
I wonder what Kev Harper said to Dan Bonner at the end of that round.
I think he's told him, you know, pretty much the same stuff, you know. Like you said it, you hit the nail on the head. It's a very majestic like performance, isn't it? You know, very busy, high work rate, big output. You know, this time, the way Bonner's fighting reminds me a little bit of Josh Hill. The Josh Hill fights, you know.
Just maybe not throwing as many shots, but he's moving as much, just not throwing as many shots.
Lot of movement and just a high output, you know. And it's difficult to pin down.
Yeah.
Hawkins using good footwork here.
Yeah, really good.
Really good footwork here. He's just waiting patiently. Can't wait too long though.
And Dan Bonner's doing well to him, and he's been on the back foot for the whole fight. Chasing him down there, Ogden.
Yeah, he's just cutting him off, isn't he, and cutting him down. And maybe he pins him on the ropes. Bonner's away.
It's an interesting fight, this. It's hard to call, isn't it, really?
It's really hard to call, especially as, like, you're used to watching Bonner fight a certain way. I've never seen him fight like this before, really.
I've not. It shocked me a bit.
Like, he's not really throwing his hands. And, you know, I know he's big on boxing. He's a good boxer. He's got good, strong hands, good, strong punches, and he hasn't really thrown his shots. Hawkins' footwork's been really good this round, but he's still struggled to land anything meaningful. That was nice.
Bonner showboating a bit. Nice hands there from Ogden. 5 seconds left in this round. Bonner walks away with his hands aloft.
Yeah. It's not what I expected at all, this fight.
No, same.
I think in the past, I've been spoiled watching these two guys when they fight before. And I expected a barn burn. I expected, you know, try and take each other's head off for 5 rounds, but this is good though. Bonner's fought so far. Has fought a really clever fight. It's working for him.
Going into the final round of the WBC International title fight between Dan Bonner from Majestic and James Ogden from Wicker Camp. I'm sat alongside Gavin. I'm Dan Saunders from the Last Round podcast. It's been a real pleasure commentating on this show today and commentating alongside you, mate.
No, it's been good, mate. Brilliant. I was just laughing then to myself. I just see the Chiz Dixon in the corner. She's one of the most best. I mean, she's one of the most experienced women in the game. And I seen her then. I swear to God, she went, "Don't beat him up." That's what she said. Don't beat him up. And you laugh at that, but it's this. You know, she's right. She's right. Ogden's got to go at him. He's got to go at Bonner. He's got to pin him down.
Yeah, he is doing it as well there.
He's got to go right at him.
He's up the pace a bit.
So it was good advice. Go and beat him up is good advice.
Nice.
Good hands.
Throwing some intention in those shots. There's a lot more urgency now to Ogden, it seems.
Needs to be, yeah. nice body kick.
Body kick there from Bonner.
Ogden's let Bonner come back into this round a little bit now. As he gets back to what he was doing, throwing those hands heavy and finishing with big kicks.
It's interesting because when I was thinking about how this fight would go, I thought if Ogden was to win, it would be like make it more dirty, rough him up more in the clinch, elbows.
Yeah.
But it's been
Bonner's just not letting him. Bonner's just not letting him do what he wants to do. That was a good combination.
He had some good combinations this round, Ogden. Nice body kick again.
He's starting to get through.
The final minute of this fight. This round's brought the crowd alive as well.
Yeah, I think this has been the best round of the fight so far.
Both feeling a bit of urgency now.
It's close.
Been a good fight this. I really enjoyed this fight.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Both men think they've got it.
Someone's going to be upset.
Yeah, I think someone's going to be disappointed.
What are you saying? I think Ogden, you know.
I don't know. I think Bonner might just have edged that for me. I think he got a good start, and then before Ogden get back in it, you know, do you know what? I'd like to see Bonner win this fight. I don't mean that in any way. Just so they can have a third one.
The trilogy.
Yeah, you know. And on the third one, we can get Brian to pay them extra money and go, just slam it out, boys. Like you did, like you used to. Like you want to. Good round for us in that last round.
Bonner's leg looks sore, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Slammed in some serious leg kicks.
Yeah, he's tell you what, he's got through a serious amount of work there tonight.
Crowds are getting loud. That's what you want for a WBC international title fight. Think split decision maybe?
I think it's going to be close. I don't like to. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 incredible rounds of Muay Thai action, your ringside judges have arrived at a split decision.
Bang on.
It's a close fight.
Cheering for the new WBC International Champion in the red corner,
Close fight.
Alex raised the roof from James
Well,
Ogden.
they've got to go again, haven't they?
Tough on that. Ogden was the aggressor for the majority of the fight as well. He probably landed the better shots, but Ogden was Bonner was a lot more high volume.
Yeah, there was more. The output was bigger from Bonner, but I just think he just got a better start to the fight. I just think he got a better start and Ogden coming to it later on.
People from Wickercamp are having a go at Dean James. I'm glad I'm not judging. I wasn't judging it anyway.
Yeah, that would have been a difficult one to judge. That I wouldn't have liked to judge that one at all.
No. I mean, I love Dan Bonner, but I think I may have given it to Ogden just because he was always walking forward at him.
I think that tells you everything you need to know about this fight. Is that I think if that had gone either way, I wouldn't have been kind of saying it was wrong either way it had gone. You know, either man could have got that.
Yeah, I agree.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the main event of the evening! The WBC European title bout at 82.5 kilos. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the blue corner, representing Hanneman Muay Thai, Ali.
Comes Ali McPherson from Hanneman. The final bout of the evening, WBC European title, 82.5 kg.
Ali McPherson! And now, ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof and welcoming into the ring his opponent this evening.
This guy always has a lot of support.
Fighting out the red corner and representing Skelmersdale Muay Thai, Scott Stewart!
There's the crowd, you can see him all waiting for his arrival. Bad boys for life. Crowd are ready to see that guy in action. Lots of noise for Scott Stewart.
He always strikes me as a very emotional fighter, Scott Stewart. You know, he's very invested in his fans and stuff like that, people like Briggs.
Your main event this evening is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and will be contested under Muay Thai rules, full Muay Thai rules in the 82.5 kilogram division. And it's for the vacant WBC European title. Tonight's main event is brought to you in proud association with Venom and Athlon Row. Over to your referee.
Here's Daz Phillips then for the final time this evening. For all the marbles. Just joining us to watch this fight, the final fight of the evening. This is the 4th WBC title fight we've had. Scott Stewart, Ali McPherson,
Round 1.
alongside Nick Gavin. Once again.
I'm feeling out process. Scott Stewart just trying to drag McPherson into deep water. Just set a pace. Ali McPherson looks very thick set and strong, doesn't he?
Almost like a K1 type style, isn't it?
Yeah. Which actually might suit him better against Stewart.
When you were talking before about Stewart fighting with heart and stuff, I interviewed him after his last fight, and he was just like so emotional after the fight.
Yeah, that's what he strikes me as an emotional kind of person, you know. When it's very difficult to beat people like that because they really want it, and you can see that in his last fight. And I got the last fight wrong. I thought when he fought Cervantes, I thought, oh, too much for him, and I was thinking, you know, through the fight that was what was going to happen, and it didn't. He just got into a rhythm, and he couldn't be stopped. The longer the fight went on, the better he got, but you must admit he's getting caught with some shots here now.
Good hands from Ali McPherson. Big hands again.
That's the thing. These aren't small men. These will bang.
Yeah.
So you can't really be taking punishment like that too much through this fight. Stewart trying to smother you. Only he'll jump on you. It's like a.
High octane fight this. Just constant flurry of punches and kicks. Downward elbow there from Stewart. Looking for the spinning elbow.
He's doing the same thing against Stewart. He's kind of just pouring on McPherson.
You can tell he fights with so much emotion by the way he's fighting. Action-packed first round. Oh, the Liverpudlians go wild.
You know, the thing is with this fight as well is when you see Stewart fight, you see people get dragged into his fight, and that's, you can see that happening with McPherson. Look at McPherson now, he's blowing. He's blowing, he looks tired, you know, he's looking to land that big shot, because you can see he's exposed, he's looking to land that big shot. He's just got to fight his own fight. He can't fight Stewart's fight, he's got to fight his own fight.
Yeah, you're right.
Because he started off that well, he was landing some good shots, moving well. And then when Stewart started up the pace a little bit and started to pour on him and drown him a little bit, he lost his shape and he was trying to throw big shots.
It's like a real Dutch K1 type style, isn't it? Strong hands, big punches, big kicks.
Close hands to the head and short shots, uppercuts and hooks. And it was working for him in the first minute or so, it was working for him. But then Stewart again, it's a carbon copy of that last fight. Slowly just
starts overwhelming him,
and then McPherson gets pushed back, and when you start getting pushed back, it's hard to generate power. And you look at the two men in the corner now. McPherson looks like he's done 3 or 4 rounds. Stewart doesn't. He's used to fighting this way.
Yeah, still a big deep rest from Ali McPherson.
Yeah, he's a big man.
If you want to hear from these two fighters after the event, follow Last Round Podcast on Instagram. I'll be interviewing them over there. Amongst other fighters.
Yeah, just busy again from Stewart. He's never not doing something.
Good from McPherson.
Good shots. Good left up.
When he walks forward, Stuart, just throwing. There's not very much you can do, is there?
No, but the thing is, McPhee's making a mistake of going back in a straight line. He needs to step off and throw, and he'll catch Stuart. But he's just going straight back in a straight line and not getting his own stuff off. Look, see, back in a straight line there. And Stuart's arms are always out, you know. He's making this fight hard for McPherson. He's constantly coming forward.
Crowd are chanting Scotty.
He feeds off the crowd.
Yeah, 100%.
He feeds off the crowd really well. Like, he's not pretty on the eye, is he? But he's so effective.
Nice short elbow there.
Yeah, lovely elbow from McPherson. But he's just not doing. He's just not. Oh,
nice, timed that really well. Just seems to have so much desire, Scott Stewart.
That's it, the engine on him is just an incredible engine. And if you're going to beat him, you've got to match his engine.
Yeah. He's used to getting beasted by John Pop every other day or whenever he trains.
Yeah, you can see it pays dividends in the fights, in the way he fights. Because he's extremely fit. Because this is a grueling, it's a grueling type of fight that he sets. Good knees. Oh, that was a good body shot from McPherson though.
Another exciting round. Crowd are on their feet.
You know, it's interesting, Stuart, every time he ends the round, he makes the point of going to the crowd and raising his hands.
Yeah.
And some people say, oh, he's showboat or whatever like that.
It makes a difference to the judges, doesn't it?
It's making a difference to him because he, as I said before, he feeds off the energy of the crowd really well. He fights for his people, you know. And again, you look at the contrast of the two corners. You look at McPherson. McPherson, I mean, he's not supposed to be comfortable. He's not got his pipe and slippers on, but he doesn't look comfortable in there. He doesn't look comfortable there now. Whereas Stuart looks like, yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. You know.
Trying to heal up that cut above his right eyebrow in the corner.
He's just throwing everything in the kitchen sink, in the clinch. Just throws everything at the iron. It goes straight in. It's like a three-pronged attack. Both hands come out, throwing elbows, knees at the same time. Just takes you into deep water and drowns you. That was a nice sweep, however.
Third round then of this exciting fight for the European title.
Straight into him.
Is that a slip?
Yeah, I think it was a slip, yeah. You know, you can see how Scott Stewart stops people though, can't you? He's not powerful. he hasn't got like one punch knockout power or big kicks or big knees, but
just relentless, isn't it?
Relentless, yeah.
Nice from Scott Stewart there.
And knees are sinking through.
It's the sheer volume of shots and the pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, you've not seen, you know, the obvious thing to be doing with McPherson is if you like going right, step off and blast his legs.
Yeah.
You know, take the wheels off the train, so to speak.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done that. He's looked for them. You know, he's looking for big shots in his hands. Yeah.
Thank God he didn't fall through then.
I know. He's scraping you off the floor.
Who do you think will be more tired after this fight, McPherson or Stewart?
I think by the looks of it, I think McPherson, because I think Stewart's completely and utterly comfortable at this pace. Yeah, he's used to it. Like you said, he obviously gets beasted in training, and I've seen a couple of videos of him training as well, and it's not for the faint-hearted, you know. It's puts himself through it. And you've got to remember, these two guys, 82.5 kilos.
Big guys.
Big guys. It's a difficult pace to maintain at that size. Well, yeah, it's just one word for it. It's relentless.
A lot of clinch work this round. Last 45 seconds.
He's just not giving McPherson any space, not an inch to breathe.
Scott Stewart's corner a lot more vocal as well than McPherson's corner.
I think they all fall into this trap with him though.
Oh, is Scott Stewart cut?
Yeah, I think he's top of his head, yeah.
He missed that, I was staring at the corner. A lot of blood all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. But can't quite see where it is.
Eyebrow maybe, right eyebrow. Oh, big gash on the top of his head.
Yeah, you got to get to work on that.
Streaming.
Yeah, that's a big cut. He should get it under control of. It's on the hairline. Yeah, I think McPherson. I think they fall into Scott Stewart's trap a little bit because if you watched him on video, and you were studying for him, and you were looking to do a tactical plan for Stewart, I don't think anyone takes into consideration the crowd. I don't actually, because you're sanitized to it on a video on YouTube or whatever, aren't you? We're here now. We can feel it.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, we can feel the way he's working off the crowd. Like you just look at the video and you see him, and he's not that pleasing on the eyes. No, not technically great, but he's just relentless constantly. And you look at it, and you're looking at it on video, and you see it. I can see holes. I can see where I can do stuff there. But when you're here on it, and he's pouring on you, it's a different kettle of fish altogether.
Even here, like he's cutting the corner, and the crowd are just boosting him up.
That's it. He can hear every word they're saying. And like you said before about his corner's super animated. They're not like, I wouldn't imagine there's a huge amount of technical advice in there. Just go,
Yeah.
you know. And it works great for him. So effective.
A lot of Vaseline on that cut. Already leaking again.
Yeah, second that gets touched, he's opening again.
Okay, now he's put a mountain of Vaseline on his head there.
I'm surprised the ref let that one go.
I know.
He's caught a nasty elbow then right across the face.
Yeah. I think McPherson was trying to wipe it off with his hand before he elbowed him.
I mean, that cut might give McPherson some confidence now. You start seeing blood pouring from your opponent. It might
give you a second win.
Yeah, it might give him the second win that he needs.
Silence the crowd a little bit.
Yeah.
When they see the blood.
Get everybody worried a little bit, you know.
McPherson just looking for these short elbows now in the clinch, isn't he?
That's a nice body shot. See, that's what McPherson needs to do. Smart work like that. Step off, bang the body, step to the side.
100%. Both taking some damage this fight, and we've still got a round and a half to go.
Yeah.
It's just been relentless.
Oh, the pace has been unbelievable. Oof, took some licks to the body there as well.
With a short elbow. He's not gone to the legs more, to be honest. You said it before.
Yeah, I think when the type of fighter that Scott Stewart is, you've got to bang his legs. Give him something. Yeah, give him something to think about. Give him something where the second he steps off, he can come apart, you know. But even that, he got caught with a big kick and he reacted to it straight away. He's forward. It's a brawl, isn't it?
Yeah, complete brawl. That's something you see outside the pub on a Saturday night, at 2 in the morning. Nice uppercut.
I don't know what pubs you're drinking out. I'm seeing the pub. Scott Stewart's really good in that clinch and trapping that arm. Trapping that lead arm of McPherson's. You can't throw the elbow anymore, but just constant.
Little big elbow. With the volume coming from Scott Stewart.
Yeah.
Got serious heart, and he just keeps walking forward no matter what. A great round, crowd go wild again.
I mean, it's a credit to McPherson as well. He's incredibly tough. The both incredibly tough men, non-stop.
I know this is the things we don't speak about, but like in a close fight like this, the crowd can edge it with the judges.
Oh, well, definitely, we've seen it before many times, haven't we?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Scott Stewart's winning this fight. That's besides the, you know, but I mean, they're so vocal, it can have it definitely has an effect. If you can see in the clinch here now, he's just again just relentless. Doesn't give him any space to talk and breathe. McPherson gets a couple of good shots off. The second he gets 2 good shots off, Stewart's on him straight away. Doesn't get any more than 2. Landing that lock knee really well. That was a nice combination from McPherson. In flashes, McPherson's looked really good.
Yeah.
In patches, but to say, it's just so hard to work against him. Just get yourself any space. Because you look at the way McPherson throws his shots, his strikes was technically good.
Yeah.
But you know,
whereas with Stewart, he's just coming forward just with anything, but he's just
he's like literally like a wet blanket on you.
Flurry in your face, yeah.
You can't do anything with it, and anything you do get off is like maybe a 30%.
Going into the final round here of the final bout of the evening. WBC European title on the line. 3 minutes for these two to give it all they've got.
That's the most kicks I've been thrown in the entire fight, I think.
Good right hand there. See the blood fly off him when he hit him.
And again, the reaction from Stewart is just pour forward. McPherson lands a couple of good shots, and Stewart just goes up. Forward gear.
Nice from Ali McPherson. But again, Scott Stewart just straight back on him.
Lands unorthodox shots as well.
Like a lot of this fight has been.
Yeah.
Throwing everything on the kitchen sink at him. Scott Stewart. Final half of this round. Oh, he's caught him. He's gone. He's gone.
Whoa,
Down on steady feet here.
Out on his feet.
The crowd's going to erupt if he stops it. No,
yeah, good referee.
He's done it. Scott Stewart's done it. The crowd have gone absolutely ballistic. Right high kick. I thought they were going to storm the ring then. Well done to Scott Stewart. He's put everything into this fight. Serious heart. You can hear that crowd in the background. Going absolutely nuts.
You know, ultimately that's what won the fight, heart.
Yeah.
That's what won the fight. Here we go, the replay. Yeah, that's right over the top. Boom, right on the chin.
His best bet there would have been to go down and try and
take the count.
Take the count.
I think he was a bit too honest for himself, too honest everybody. You know. In the end, it was good. It was a good decision from the referee because I don't think there was any condition to defend himself.
Crowd going wild for Scott Stewart in the background there. Impressive stoppage against Ali McPherson to claim a WBC European title.
Before we go into the official result, let's hear it for both fighters!
Great fight. So much will and determination just shown in that fight there.
He's just wanted it so bad.
I don't know about you, but I've had a blast. There's been some great fights.
It's the one thing is with these shows, the Super Showdown shows, they're just guaranteed all the time, always guaranteed great fights. It's the one thing you're completely sure of. The matchmaking's top notch. All through the card, just surprises here and there. It's brilliant every single time, and it flies by.
Yeah.
You've got to ask yourself the question as well, what next for Scott Stewart now, because he's a bit of a conundrum, isn't he? Like, what do you do with him?
It's an interesting one because he's beat Juan Cervantes, who signed to one championship.
He's a handful, you know what I mean? I think the one thing you've got to do is keep him at home.
you know, if he, say for example, he went and signed a 1-for-1, I don't think he'd be as effective as fighting in Singapore with no one there.
No.
I don't think he would.
Yeah.
I think he'd struggle. I think you got to keep him at home and bring people to him, because I think he's going to cause anybody problems in that division.
For the final time this evening, over to Kyle Greaves.
TKO ends his contest in 2 minutes and 7 seconds of the 4th round. Administered by your winner and the new WBC European Champion,
See how much it means to him. He looks like he's ready to cry.
Yeah, very emotional.
And let's absolutely raise the roof from runner-up, Ali McPherson!
Well done to Ali McPherson as well. So, Gary, it's been a pleasure commentating with you.
No, it's been great fights, a great company. Thanks very much, it's brilliant.
Thank you everyone for watching, and go and follow Last Round Podcast on Instagram. My final plug. I'll be going upstairs to interview all the fighters who fought on the show after this. You don't want to miss it.